free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members. À l'ordre. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, yesterday with the conviction of someone who was close to Jean Chrétien, we all remember the ad scam, which was a Liberal scandal, the sponsorship scandal. It was a Canadian propaganda scandal, meddling with Quebec's cultural events. 20 years later, it's still the same party and the same culture. We see that with their cocktail parties and fundraiser dinners with ministers for privileged Liberals. But above all, the sponsorship scandal was a federal scandal, a federalist scandal that was designed to kill the sovereignty movement with taxpayer money. And that was a failure, a federal failure, Mr. Speaker. 20 years later, sovereignists are still here, determined to move Quebec forward towards becoming its own country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce a new campaign that I've launched in my riding of York Southwestern, named Nominate Your Neighbour. Nominate Your Neighbour campaign is about thanking and celebrating exceptional individuals in York Southwestern. In addition to recognizing organizations, it is always important to formally recognize individuals that continue to make our communities stronger, safer, and better. To my constituents in York Southwestern, if you know of a neighbour that continues to make positive contributions in our community, then put their name forward to the Nominate Your Neighbour campaign and tell us why this particular individual deserves recognition. Since I launched this great campaign, Mr. Speaker, I've received dozens of nominations, and I look forward to continuing to paying tribute to these amazing individuals that continue to make our communities better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cariboo, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin my SO31 today, I just want to stand in the House and acknowledge and give our thoughts and prayers to the friends and the families of the victims of the stabbing at Abbotsford High School yesterday afternoon. Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak about the University of Northern British Columbia in my riding of Cariboo, Prince George. The university in the North and for the North, who for the second year in a row has received Maclean's top honours of being the #1 university in its class in Canada. For the last 5 years, UNBC has consistently finished high in the rankings with second place finishes in 2014, 2012, and 2008, to add to its back-to-back first-place finishes in 2015 and this year. These rankings just confirm what we already know, Mr. Speaker, that students come from all over the world to study at UNBC because it becomes a home away from home, because the friendship and the memories that they create at UNBC last a lifetime, and because the skills and lessons they learn at UNBC prepare those students for the next chapter of their lives, and because Prince George and our surrounding communities are a great place to live, work, play, invest, and learn. Congratulations to the entire UNBC team and to our community of Prince George on this well-deserved achievement.
The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate a remarkable woman and citizen from my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, Shernette Martin, Executive Director of the Vaughan African Canadian Association. Since arriving from Jamaica in 1975, Shernette has served as an important fixture in the Black community. For over 20 years, her outstanding contributions in advocacy on a variety of social issues have played a critical role in developing stronger, more understanding communities. As a professional teacher, Shernette's innovative style and exceptional leadership skills have had a positive impact on countless lives in the classroom, in workshops around Ontario and Quebec, and while teaching English to refugees and immigrants. Most recently, Shernette's story was selected to be featured in the upcoming book, 100 Accomplished Black Canadian Women, which serves as a testament to the invaluable contributions Surenet and like-minded women have made to Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, I invite you and all my colleagues to recognize Surenet Martin and her extraordinary achievements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Windsor Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As critic for sport and for persons with disabilities, I am honoured to welcome to Parliament Hill today Team Canada athletes and coaches of the 2016 Olympic and Paralympic Games. On behalf of my NDP caucus, our admiration is yours for the talent, sacrifice, and self-discipline that got you to Rio. Our profound gratitude is also yours for the class you displayed, the sportsmanship, and the patriotism. We Canadians are fortunate to have you as ambassadors. I'm also proud of some local ambassadors who brought us Oktoberfest last weekend. The Windsor-Essex Sports Council, Lakeshore Lightning, and Sun Parlour Female Hockey Association, and all the volunteers and players of this 9th Annual International Female Hockey Festival. 50 teams from Ontario, Ohio, and Michigan enjoyed top-notch competition and fun. Thanks for reinforcing the positive image of Windsor as an exemplary host and hockey as our quintessential game.
Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to rise today to highlight the work that's being done to help those with disabilities by the Luso-Canadian Charitable Society. The Luso-Canadian Charitable Society is a community-based organization that supports diverse families and adults that are living with developmental and physical disabilities to reach their full potential. Since 2003, this not-for-profit charitable organization has worked towards providing caregivers and families temporary relief while their loved ones are in a nurturing environment. Currently, Luso has 2 fully operational homes in Toronto and Hamilton and will open their newest location in Mississauga this year. Mr. Speaker, I was honoured to be part of their super successful 10th annual fundraising gala this past Saturday. I want to thank all the donors, volunteers, staff members and management for their great work, and my special thanks to Mr. Jack Prezares, their president, for his leadership and the organizers that put together such a wonderful event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, years ago, I was a 4-H'er, and I'm celebrating 4-H Canada's Show Your Colours Day as we welcome all the 4-H'ers here today. This amazing organization has helped countless youth learn through hands-on experience to grow as youth leaders. It provides opportunity to learn about agriculture and get involved in your community. Today is also Take Your Child to Work Day, but 4-H Canada gives youth a chance throughout the whole year to experience and explore one of the most important and significant economic drivers and job providers in Canada, agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the 4-H Canada for the great work that they do in our communities across this great country, and I want to encourage all young people to get involved, learn about agriculture, and show your colors. As the motto says, learn to do by doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind this House that every day the residents of Aleppo, including 100,000 children, are struggling for their lives amid unimaginable horror. Divided between the Assad regime backed by Russia and Islamic extremist groups, Aleppo is being reduced to rubble. At an emergency hearing yesterday at the Subcommittee on International Human Rights, we heard from the Syrian Civil Defense Force, the White Helmets, that civilians are being targeted and killed indiscriminately. Humanitarian aid, schools, and hospitals are being deliberately targeted and destroyed. Authorities report that fewer than 30 doctors remain in what's left of Aleppo. It is imperative that these actions be investigated for violations of international law, including war crimes and crimes against humanity, and I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs for his hard work on this issue. Canada will never stand silent in the face of the indiscriminate murder of men, women, and children.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, on January 29, 2014, the member for Papineau made an extraordinary announcement about putting an end to partisanship and patronage in the Senate. On July 7, 2016, the Minister for Democratic Institutions launched the independent appointment process for senators. Over 2,700 Canadians applied to the Advisory Council to fill the 21 vacant seats, and we thank them. Following the recommendations made by the Prime Minister of Canada, I congratulate the new senators who reflect the diversity of our country. One is a Haitian-born Canadian, Dr. Marie-Françoise Mégy. She has a remarkable background. Her appointment to this great institution of Canadian parliamentary democracy is a source of pride to me and to my community of origin. Congratulations.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
2016 Canadian Nuclear Laboratories Awards of Excellence. The Torgerson Discovery Award, Tony Kluche, Z. Lang, and Riley McCoy for their work on hydrogen safety in nuclear power plants, and to Yosef Ismail, Dmitry Klokov, Soji Sebastian, and Yi Wang for their work with radiobiological research. The Distinguished Merit Award, Robbie Badwin, Ian Donahue, Thomas Heal, Mitch King, Andrew Kittmer, Kevin Milt, and Terry Schaubel on specialized tooling to access the NPD reactor vault for general inspections. The Distinguished Merit Award, Jeremy Buck, Stephen Ho, Dag Horn, Colin Kramer, and Jay Lee, Brian Lepine on the inspection technique probe design for metal thicknesses in nuclear facilities using a non-contact electromagnetic method. The Distinguished Merit Award, Jason Hill, Patrick Mansfield, and Tyler White for leading the return of the U2 loop to service in NRU, key to CNL's ability to declare itself a full capability technology developer. Canadians can be proud of the advanced state of nuclear science that is being developed in Canada.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, Brampton welcomed the Prime Minister. He announced high-tech jobs in my riding of Brampton South. Amazon opened Canada's first ever Amazon's high-tech robotic distribution centre in Brampton. The Prime Minister, provincial, the city partners were together to share the positive news. The facility has already hired over 300 employees and is expected to create more than 700 jobs total. This facility will create jobs, well-paying, good jobs that will help middle-class families in Brampton. Canada is becoming a global center for innovation, and I'm so proud that Amazon decided to grow here and to hire our talented people. I want to thank the Prime Minister for coming to personally give the good news about these jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to recognize 4-H Canada, an organization with over 100 years of community engagement, for their contributions to young people across Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government has made historic commitments to youth, from supporting young and growing families to post-secondary education. The value of learning is something I feel very strongly about. I believe in the potential of skilled, engaged, and responsible leadership when taking on challenges locally, nationally, and across the globe. This spirit is foundational to 4-H Canada. When summer camps and science fairs are to job sharing, mentorship, and international exchanges, 4-H Canada is committed to youth empowerment. With a wealth of programs promoting skills development and education, I invite my colleagues to join me in applauding 4-H Canada for their ongoing commitment to Canada's next generation. Mr. Speaker, 4-H Canada is wearing green today. Let's show our colors and do the same. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, a former Liberal organizer, Mr. Corriveau, was convicted of money laundering in connection with the ad scam. $7 million in taxpayer dollars were pocketed by Mr. Corriveau over 6 years. He was a close advisor to Jean Chrétien, the former Liberal Prime Minister of Canada. We know that the ad scam was a Liberal scandal, and this is ubiquitous with this party and has been for years. It will continue to be so under the current government. For example, spending $200,000 to refund people on their moving expenses, getting people to pay $1,500 a plate to attend and to have close access to a minister at a dinner, a fundraiser. It's high time the Prime Minister took responsibility and stopped defending the indefensible. It's time for him to be honest towards taxpayers. The Honourable Member for La Salle, Aymar Verdun.
to welcome some notable visitors to Parliament Hill today. First, I want to salute our Olympians and Paralympians as we celebrate their tremendous achievements at the Rio 2016 Games. In particular, I would like to congratulate Olympian wrestler Dory Yates, a new constituent of LaSalle Amard Verdun, who has made our community very proud. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, earlier today I was delighted to meet with students from Monseigneur Richard High School, a public school in my riding. These students were specially selected to visit Ottawa as part of a program called Profil Odyssée, whose purpose is to encourage high school students to think globally, achieve academic excellence, and volunteer in their community. I was truly impressed by their accomplishments and their civic engagement and their good questions. Mr. Speaker, if they become our future leaders someday, we'll be in good hands. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, a little less than 2 weeks ago, some female students at Laval University were sexually assaulted in their dorm rooms. Since then, multiple other victims have broken their silence and dared come forward to identify the culprit. I'm touched by the wave of solidarity with all sexual assault victims, a wave that is washing over Quebec, a wave of solidarity but of rage and frustration too at the pernicious rape culture in our society. The Stop Rape Culture movement emerged to fight this trend. It's time we stop worrying about the assaulter's career and persecuting the victim for how she dresses or for her lifestyle choices. It's time the federal government took responsibility and came up with a plan, and fast, to combat violence against women. Because consent is at the heart of healthy relationships, it should be at the heart of our policies too. Because without a yes, it's a no. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. November 11th marked the end of the First World War. Today, it's a time of remembrance and thankfulness for the efforts made to protect our country. And I've been able to see how proud our veterans are, in my role, of their service to their country. And I'm proud to be there to serve them and listen to them. All Canadians at this time of year should think about and remember what they did for our country. And I'd like to recognize a veteran from my riding, Mr. Raoul Fournier, who's 92 years old. He's a proud veteran of the Second World War, and he had trouble getting the care he needs, and this saddens me. Nonetheless, we should all be there on Remembrance Day for our veterans and not let them down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure and gratitude that I welcome two special guests to Ottawa. Dr. Huma Hutfar, a retired Concordia University professor, has recently returned home after being detained in Iran. Her story has touched a chord with Canadians and rallied them to action. The grace and strength that Dr. Hutfar has exhibited during her ordeal are inspiring. She is joined today by her niece, Amanda Garamani, who championed her aunt's cause with thoughtful and unrelenting determination. On behalf of Huma and Amanda, I want to take this opportunity to thank our officials, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Prime Minister, and all MPs who raised her case. I also want to thank Italy, Oman, and Switzerland for playing a constructive role in her release. To Huma and Amanda, it's been my honor to get to know you both. Dr. Hutfar, welcome back home.
Yeah.
Questions orales, oral questions, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the nightmare for taxpayers continues. Yesterday, the Prime Minister doubled down on a failed plan. He promised that if he spent billions of dollars, he would create jobs. But not one single new additional full-time job has been created in Canada since he was elected. So, Mr. Speaker, what is he going to say to the thousands of Canadians that are out of work who only see higher taxes?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we actually lowered taxes for the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%, which the members opposite voted against. We know that Canadians need help in terms of support for the middle class, but they also need jobs. That's why our historic investments in infrastructure are going to make a significant difference by upgrading and supporting current infrastructure, by creating new public transit infrastructure, green infrastructure, and social infrastructure. That's going to create opportunities for Canadians now and long into the future. That's what Canadians voted for. That's what we're delivering.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's only been 6 months since his first budget, and the Prime Minister is already back to borrow an extra $32 billion. And he's completely abandoned his plan to balance the budget. He doesn't even pretend to care anymore. He just shrugs his shoulders. But, Mr. Speaker, we know who's going to pay the taxes for all of this spending. It's going to be hard-working Canadian families. When is the Prime Minister going to start showing them some respect?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to taxes for hard-working Canadian families, we lowered them on the middle class so we could raise them on the wealthiest 1%. And the members opposite voted against the measure to lower taxes on 9 million Canadians. So we'll take no lessons on investing in the middle class and building for the future from a government that didn't, from a former government that didn't get it done for 10 long years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Vegreville is a rural community of only 5,800 people, and just like many parts of Alberta, it's hard hit. Oil and gas jobs are non-existent. A lot of people are worried about their mortgages, but the Prime Minister is making a bad situation worse by shutting down the Federal Processing Immigration Centre in this small town. It's going to cost hundreds of jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is devastating the community, but the Prime Minister can do something about it. He can reverse this decision, show some compassion, and leave these jobs in this town.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, over the past months, we have stepped up to historic levels our investments in support of communities across the country, including in Alberta. The fact is, whether it was strengthening the EI system, whether it's making hundreds of millions of dollars of money flow into Alberta to support the important economy there, we know that what Albertans need most is a government that understands that getting resources to market in a sustainable way is something that all Canadians need, that government previously was unable to do.
I know that members have lots of enthusiasm today, but I hope that they'd save that for when we have the athletes come into the chamber. And remember that we are supposed to listen to the other side, even if we don't like what they say. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd point out to the Prime Minister that these people have jobs, and they want to keep them. So we're asking they don't want to die, they want to keep the jobs they have. And Mr. Speaker, we now have new bribery charges against one of Kathleen Wynne's top advisors. This is the same person who once held a fundraiser for this Prime Minister. And now we have our Prime Minister and the Cabinet refusing to acknowledge their own ethical violations with their cash-to-access scheme. Mr. Speaker, this is a lesson for the Prime Minister. He can enforce his own ethical guidelines, or he can end up one day like Kathleen Wynne. What's it going to be?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, to reassure and remind Canadians that at the federal level we have some of the toughest rules on fundraising of any level of government across the country, indeed the continent. The fact is there are very strict limits on personal donations and a total ban on union or corporate donations. It's important to draw Canadians into the political process. It's important to go out and meet with them and be accessible as we are to record levels. But it's also important that people be able to donate and support the political parties of their choice. We are respecting all the rules, and indeed we've opened up the level of openness.
It appears that the honourable members for Edmonton Centre and Chilliwack Hope didn't hear what I said, so I remind them they're not to interrupt. So let's listen, please. Let's have a little order in the House. We actually have some teachers here today. Let's show them how we can behave. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem with what the Prime Minister just said is, in fact, he's not following all the rules. He's not following his own rules. He came into office saying that he was going to raise the ethical standard. He brought in his own ethical guidelines for himself and for his ministers, and they're all violating them. So the question again is, will he follow his own rules?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely following our own rules. We are following all the rules in place. This government is doing more open engagements with Canadians, more listening to Canadians, more connection with stakeholders than any previous government. At the same time, when it comes to political fundraising, we are following all the very important and clear rules around limits on personal donations, on banning corporate and union donations. Canadians need to be reassured that we actually have an extremely strong and robust political fundraising system at the federal level, one that Canadians can be confident in.
Deputy d'Outremont.
Member for Outremont.
The Prime Minister wrote in the mandate letter of every one of his ministers the following, quote, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and this is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law," unquote. What did the Prime Minister mean by that?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of a government that did not do a good job of living up to Canadians' expectations, we know that people needed and wanted a government that was more open, transparent, and mostly accessible. And that's exactly what we've been in terms of pre-budget consultations that the minister has done, in terms of consultations that we've done right across the country and been roundly criticized for talking too much with Canadians, for listening too much to Canadians. We have demonstrated a level of openness and accountability that no government up until us has ever had. That is what we are proud of.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Cash for Access fundraisers do affect the impartiality of his ministers, and yet they keep defending themselves, as the Prime Minister just did, because they're in technical compliance with the law. That's not what he promised.
Cash for Access fundraisers are a form of corruption, and the country is fed up with Liberal corruption. The Prime Minister must choose. Either he claims to be following rules that are more stringent than the law, or he says that he's done nothing wrong because he is in technical compliance with the law. Which is it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Canadians can rest assured that at the federal level, we have extremely stringent rules with regard to fundraising. And that is something that is important for all Canadians, and we're following those rules because we understand that people have to be able to trust their government, their ministers, and in how our political parties operate. That is why we're always transparent, accountable, and open in our fundraisers. That is what people expect, and that is what we're doing.
The Minister has signalled that he may also break his promise on changing the electoral system. And the reason he gave is because the Liberals won the last election with the current system. That's actually what he said. But I'd like to ask the Prime Minister about his own private town hall on electoral reform. Can he tell everyone here today, amongst those attending, which electoral system got the most support?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as many members in this House know, and indeed people across the country, the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for Electoral Reform have been, for democratic institutions, have been out across the country doing many town halls. And I was fortunate enough to drop into a town hall for a few minutes in my riding and encourage people to express themselves. But the report on that consultation, along with all the other consultations done by the Minister and by MPs, will be part of the deliberations coming up.
Honourable Member for Outremont, order.
I know that the Prime Minister has trouble admitting it, but the majority of the participants in his secret town hall preferred proportional representation. The Prime Minister stated over and over that he believes in evidence-based decision-making. Well, 90% of the experts who testified before the Parliamentary Committee proposed, imagine that, proportional representation. So, as concerns electoral reform, will the Prime Minister make a decision based on evidence and facts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know very well, Mr. Speaker, that there are a great many perspectives and expert opinions on how we need to reform our electoral system. That is why we have a committee, and that is why we conducted consultations. And I am eager to hear the results of these consultations and debates to determine how we are going to put in place electoral reform that reflects the values and desires of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, today, the day that our Olympians are visiting, is the only medal we can give to the government is for the poorest, for financial mismanagement. They're doubling and tripling their deficit projections, and there is no return to a balanced budget. Why do they not have a plan to return to a balanced budget, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, the Canadian families who have received the Canada Child Benefit want to give us a gold medal. I'm sure of that, because now they have more money in their pockets. We began with a very important first step. We improved their current situation, and that is how now we can make investments in the future for their children and grandchildren. That is our program that was announced yesterday, and we are putting it into place. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, my former colleague Jim Flaherty was named the best finance minister in the world. I can't wait to see what this minister is going to get. But I think they're going to get a medal for not paying down their deficit. Mr. Speaker, why is there no plan on the part of this government to return to a balanced budget? The Canadians cannot trust this Prime Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we are very proud of yesterday's economic update because we were able to explain to Canadians how we can improve their situation in future with an economic plan to grow the economy. That is very important. We're going to make investments in infrastructure that will help our economy, that will create jobs and more opportunities for young people and for everyone in the future. This is an important plan for the future of our country.
The finance minister is a corporate guy who knows all about return on investment, so maybe he can explain this. He says we need to borrow $26 billion this year to spend on creating jobs. Yet since the borrowing binge began, we've actually lost 6,000 full-time jobs. So if it costs $26 billion to kill 6,000 jobs, how much would it cost to create one?
Honourable Minister of Finance. The Honourable Minister of Finance. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians can agree that the challenges that we're facing as a nation require a long-term plan. We started with Budget 2016 making a real and measurable difference for Canadian families, improving their life, improving the lives of their children. We're now moving forward with a long-term plan, one that we're going to execute responsibly by ensuring that we make investments in infrastructure that can improve our economy over the long term and help Canadian families with more jobs in the short term.
I remember for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, what the finance minister doesn't understand is that every dollar he adds to the economy in new spending, he must first subtract through borrowing and taxing it out of the economy in the first place. As Churchill would say of the finance minister, he's like the man who tried to lift himself up and fly by standing in a bucket and pulling up on the handle. In reality, he's pushing down 6,000 jobs down since the borrowing binge began. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop pushing down on our economy, our workers, and our taxpayers?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
We've made a commitment to Canadians that we are actually going to invest in the long term. We're going to make a real difference for the future growth in our economy. Canadians knew that the last decade of low growth meant that we needed to take a different tack, a tack that improves the lives of middle-class Canadians today, a tack that means that we're going to have a better future tomorrow because we're going to make responsible investments that are going to make a real difference for our children and our grandchildren.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government had a golden opportunity to turn the economy around, to take the bull by the horns, and instead the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance decided to make the situation worse. $32 billion in additional spending over the coming years. Billions of dollars that we are sticking our children and grandchildren with because of their economic mismanagement. I asked the following question 4 times to the minister yesterday. When are we going to a balanced budget? When can he give me a date for a return to a balanced budget, and I'll give him a gold medal? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I announced our long-term economic plan. This is truly a plan that is going to grow the economy for the future of our country. And we want to be prudent at the same time. That is why our debt to GDP ratio will decline over our mandate. But the important thing for Canadians and the middle class is that we're going to invest in them, in our country, as a country that trusts in its future. Thank you.
This is the worst case scenario. 5 times I asked the minister, when will we get back to the equilibrium? No answer at all. This is a clear message to Canadians, to hard-working Canadians. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we are not paying our what we have to do, when we're living higher than what we have to own, well, we'll be sending the bill to the children and grandchildren. But it's curious, Mr. Speaker, because we're spending billions of dollars, we can borrow billions of dollars, when we talk to the ordinary Canadian, it's more tough for Canadians to borrow money, to mortgage, thanks to the Minister of Finance. So my question is clear. What does that mean? Does it, I say, do as I say or not as I do?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians decided that balancing the budget at all costs was the wrong decision. Focusing on how we could improve the economy over the long term is exactly what we're trying to do. We are focusing on how we can make investments in the long term of our country that will make a real and measurable difference in our productive capacity. Most importantly, it will create jobs for Canadians. It will help the middle class. Yesterday was an important day setting out our vision for doing that. We're going to do it in a responsible way that will have a real impact over the long term.
Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette and Musqueam-Basque. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in this House, a motion was adopted calling on the government to end discrimination against First Nations children, but there is nothing new in the Minister's economic update to enforce this decision. The only Indigenous economic advisor on the government's advisory council says that the minister should have a more helpful narrative for children of the First Nations. It's one thing to vote in favour of our motion, but now they have to implement it. When will the minister roll out the funds for First Nations children?
Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, we have been making tremendous progress in supporting First Nations children in this country. We're the first government to step up and accept Jordan's principle, investing more than $382 million immediately in children in First Nations. We were the first government to accept a ruling of the tribunal and move immediately to invest more than $635 million in the First Nations children in this country. We know the system needs to be reformed. We ask all colleagues in this House to work with us and Indigenous government to make that happen.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Europe
has been clear that CETA cannot proceed without changes to investor-state rules to protect national sovereignty. But the minister has already tabled legislation to implement CETA, in spite of the fact she has provided no answers on compensation for dairy farmers, nothing to address rising drug prices, and no plan to fix rules that leave our environmental laws and local procurement at risk of foreign lawsuits. Will the minister admit there is more work to be done and commit to removing investor-state provisions from CETA?
Honourable Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. CETA is clearly in Canada's national interest. It is a progressive trade deal that ensures very high standards for environmental protection, for labour, etc. And it is time, we believe, for all members in this House to rally around it and put partisan politics aside. All 28 member countries in the European Union have supported CETA. It's also supported by all the provinces, including Quebec. The Trade Committee will have a chance to look at CETA, Mr. Speaker, and address certain issues, but for the time being, Philippe Couillard, Premier of Quebec, has called it a historic, modern and progressive agreement.
For South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister is taking $15 billion away from communities, money that has already been announced for public transit, green infrastructure, and for rural and northern communities. Mr. Speaker, this is a betrayal. The communities across this country have been waiting and planning for this money to build important infrastructure projects and create much-needed jobs. Mr. Speaker, why are these Liberals creating high-risk schemes that will fail communities and out-of-work Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. We announced yesterday an historic plan investing in infrastructure. It is an important plan that provides for rural communities with a $2 billion investment in rural communities. It's an historic plan that provides as well a significant amount for a Canada Infrastructure Bank that's going to allow us to do even more with our infrastructure dollars for transformational projects. We've set out something that we know will have a big impact on our economy and an impact on jobs both today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, according to reports, job creation over the last year was half of what it was over the 5 previous years, and no full-time jobs were created. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have increased the debt, and yesterday the Finance Minister announced he will borrow yet another $32 billion. This is for the same infrastructure plan that resulted in zero job gain. Mr. Speaker, when will this government admit that this is a failed plan and heed the advice of leading economists and stop spending more taxpayers' dollars?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to know that we are moving forward on our plan because we know it's the right thing to do, but we also know that leading economists around the world are looking at what Canada is doing and saying this is absolutely what you should do. With the fiscal situation we have and the opportunity to make investments, we are moving forward because we know it's better for our economy, it's better for Canadians, it'll create jobs. And I can say that when Christine Lagarde, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, says she hopes that our policies go viral around the world, it's because leading economists recognize that we're doing exactly what we should be doing at this time for our economy.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, the problem for the Minister of Finance is not Ms. Lagarde who's going to pay for down the debt, but Canadians. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister said that 950 projects had been accepted for a total of $11 billion, but Infrastructure Canada's database shows 860 projects for $4.2 billion. Now, these numbers don't add up, but here's a number to keep in mind. 1 year of Liberal government, 1 year of overspending, 1 year of deficit, and fewer than 10 projects rolled out to date. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally create good jobs here in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Yesterday was a historic day for Canadian municipalities from coast to coast to coast. We committed to invest more than $180 billion over the next 12 years. And as part of our commitment for Budget 2016, we approved more than 950 projects with a combined investment of $12 billion. And a majority of those projects are underway, helping municipalities buy buses, do the advanced planning work for the next stage of infrastructure, as well as improving water
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Finance announced the creation of a Canadian investment bank. But all we know for now is that there will be an amount of $15 billion that was promised to communities that will be dedicated to this new bank. What people need to see are not new institutions, but people at work. Not money in banks, but money in construction sites. Mr. Speaker, will the minister finally propose a job creation plan that is realistic, that will put Canadians to work?
The Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our Canada Infrastructure Bank will help our economy. We will be able to multiply our efforts with more opportunities for projects that will be transformational for our economy. That is our goal. We know that with more investment in infrastructure for the future, we will see jobs now and in the future for Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of a national student mobilization, the Liberal government promised that graduates would be able to defer the repayment of their student debt as long as they were earning less than $25,000 a year. But this is not a new announcement, Mr. Speaker. It was recycled from the last budget, and it doesn't actually solve any of the fundamental problems that are getting students into huge debt. Will the government stop this distraction and finally take concrete steps to guarantee access to affordable post-secondary education in Quebec and in Canada?
Secretary to the Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a great day for Canadian students, as yesterday the loan repayment Act came into being, and now Canadian students don't have to start their repayment until they have employment that pays over $25,000 annually. This is over and above the $1.5 billion that this government has invested in student grants. We have increased the level of student grants for low-income Canadians by 50%. The lowest income Canadians are now eligible for a cap of $3,000, up from $2,000. We're listening to students, and we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiewit-Nokaski.
Mr. Speaker, today's students on the Hill and across the country are speaking out for a generation that is burdened by debt and facing rising rates of unemployment. They are putting forward bold solutions in the face of rising precarious work, ones that we've heard on our national tour across the country. So instead of placating young people and telling them to accept the unacceptable, will the Prime Minister, the Minister of Youth, listen to students' solutions and stand up and show leadership for the millennial generation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we understand fully that it's important to offer young Canadians that opportunity for a first job. We've doubled the amount of money for the youth employment and youth employment strategy, double the number of summer jobs for young Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the students' organizations, those that I've met with I was just in Mount St. Vincent, I was in Cape Breton University. Ray Karam, he's the president of the student union at CBU, his comment about our investment in students, I'm excited, and I know the students will be happy as well. It's a win for all students. This government knows the needs of students, and we're here to support them.
Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, today the Minister of Finance appeared before Finance Committee to answer questions on the fall economic statement, which he delivered in the House of Commons yesterday. It was the first time such a statement has been given to Parliament in almost 10 years. Can the Minister explain how our government's plan will help middle-class families, and what's the next steps in order to grow the economy sustainably?
Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, from Pickering-Uxbridge for her question. A year ago, Canadians asked this government to put the middle class first. And you know, that's exactly what we've done by supporting Canadians through our first budget, where we put in place measures that are really helping families, by moving forward in our economic statement yesterday to talk about how we're going to actually make a long-term difference through better jobs, better long-paying jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this is part of a plan. We will continue to work on behalf of middle-class families. We will move forward in Budget 2017 to make measurable impact.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, we've just witnessed the annual ritual of some of the world's worst human rights abusers elected to the United Nations Human Rights Council. The good news is Russia has been denied the seat it so long took for granted. But China, Saudi Arabia, and Cuba will be seated. Now, Mr. Speaker, the vote, as usual, was secret. But the vote is not the minister's. It belongs to all Canadians. Will the minister tell Canadians how Canada voted on these four notorious human rights abusing nations?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that we seek to maximize membership of this Council with countries that have strong human rights records at home and abroad, and that this Council, as everywhere, will make the promotion of universal human rights, as we have done over the last year, with a very impressive result. Let me to start, Mr. Speaker. This government asks for clemency in all cases of Canadians facing execution abroad. We will adhere to the optional protocol to the Conventions Against Torture of the United Nations, and a lot of more.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, some weeks ago, former Liberal Justice Minister and human rights champion Irwin Cotler, among others, called on the minister to defy the UN's secretive and hypocritical tradition and make Canada's vote public. The minister refused, as he did again today. Now, we recognize the Liberals' willingness to mute Canada's principled voice in their shameless quest for a Security Council seat. But will the minister today reconsider, demonstrate leadership on the human rights file, and tell Canadians how Canada voted on Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, and Cuba?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I want to thank my colleague to give me the opportunity to continue the impressive record we have about the promotion of human rights over the last year. We created the Office of the Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. We are supporting the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights with a contribution of $15 million in new base funding. Canada has been elected to the Commission of the Status of Women of the United Nations. Human rights, freedoms and inclusion are now among the fundamental objectives of all Canadian heads of mission. We have tabled new legislation to guarantee and protect the legal rights and so on and so on.
The member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is too ashamed to admit how he voted at the UN. Yesterday, we learned the defense minister is making another trip to Africa. It seems the Liberals are hell-bent on sending 600 Canadian troops into harm's way. Before the minister sends our troops anywhere, he should explain to Canadians what interest we have in sending troops to Mali, where 100 peacekeepers have already been killed. Will the Prime Minister admit that sending troops to Mali serves no Canadian interest than his own vain campaign to win himself a seat at the UN Security Council?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, last summer I had the opportunity to travel in 5 different countries in Africa, where I got to take Premier Canadians to understand the conflicts within that nation. Canada has a responsible part to play in this world in conflict prevention and conflict reduction. This is another trip that I'll be taking into Africa to learn more and work with my colleagues on a whole of government approach to peace operations, which I look forward to sharing with Canadians and all parliamentarians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Minister is getting ready to visit Mali, where the government is preparing to send our soldiers. As the former commander of a regiment, I understand the risks associated with different missions. This year alone, I would remind everyone that 32 Blue Berets lost their lives to this mission, bringing the total number to 100. If the minister discovers that the mission is too dangerous for our troops and isn't in our national interest, will he stand up to the Prime Minister?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as we look at all aspects of conflict in Africa, we will be selecting a place where Canada can play a meaningful contribution. Our Canadian Armed Forces have participated on UN peacekeeping operations around the world, and we have been recognized for it. Canada has a role to play in conflict reduction and conflict prevention, and we have a responsibility to the world to be a responsible partner. And we will bring a whole-of-government approach to this, in which I look forward to sharing with all parliamentarians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, last winter, thousands of Canadians were unable to get their mail because the locks on their mailboxes were frozen shut. Because instead of buying mailboxes made in Saint-Jean-Port-Joli, Canada Post bought them in Kansas. It's strange. The Liberals promised the return of home mail delivery, but I haven't heard any member across the way defend that idea in a very long time. The government wants to spend billions to privatize our infrastructure, so why won't they force a Crown corporation to buy products that are made in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. The reality is that Canada Post is a Crown corporation. They make decisions about where they buy their products. What we are doing is working very closely to make sure that Canadians get the services they need and deserve. That's what we're doing with the review of Canada Post, which we committed to do, and I'm looking forward to getting the report from both the task force and the parliamentary committee that is presently under review.
The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Last September, the Prime Minister told the world that the fight against AIDS was a priority. But at the same time, the Public Health Agency of Canada has cut its funding to Dopamine, an organization that fights against HIV and hepatitis C among drug users in Hochelaga. With unknown criteria, poorly translated documents, and botched decisions, the process around the Community Initiative Fund, which was intended to solve this problem, is a real fiasco. Will the minister sit down with Quebec groups to find a solution to this catastrophic situation?
Minister de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
For raising this issue. The matter of sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections is a very serious one, and I'm working actively with the Public Health Agency of Canada to update our approach to these conditions, including hepatitis C and HIV. We will be working with communities to make sure that they have access to the resources that they need, and we look forward to an approach that will make sure Canadians are healthy into the future.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, Premier Wall penned a letter to the Minister of Public Safety urging him to speak up for the people he's supposed to represent. The Liberal carbon tax scheme will cost Saskatchewan jobs, yet this minister from Wascana continues to support this tax on Saskatchewan families. Mr. Speaker, when will the Minister of Public Safety remember that he was elected to represent the people of Saskatchewan and Ottawa rather than forcing an Ottawa knows best scheme on the families of Saskatchewan?
Yes. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the substance of the federal proposal, it provides the province with complete control over program design and also all the revenues. That would enable Saskatchewan to eliminate its personal income tax or its property tax or a whole variety of other taxes. It makes carbon capture and sequestration far more competitive, and it makes a stronger case for building a pipeline. It also supports science in water, food, and CCS. It provides funding for a power grid, announced just yesterday, and major water development projects to control flooding and expand irrigation. It's a good plan.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Premier Wall has written a letter to the Minister of Public Safety asking him to start defending his constituents instead of job-killing Liberal policies. But Saskatchewan's lone Liberal MP has gone into hiding. I'd like to believe that the member for Wascana wants to do the right thing and defend his province. So why won't he? When will the Minister of Public Safety stand in his place and start defending the interests of our province and all Saskatchewanians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've been doing that with considerable success since 1974. This summer, I had the privilege of announcing more than $500 million in federal investments in science, infrastructure, and job creation in Saskatchewan, as well as housing and a vast array of social programs. And, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to fight every inch of the way for the best results for Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Cypress. Order. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's the history of the member from Wascana. As Agriculture Minister, he stripped the 100-year-old grow rate advantage from Western Canadian farmers. As Minister, he coordinated the jailing of farmers just for trying to sell their own grain. Now he stands against prairie farmers by supporting a federally imposed Liberal carbon tax that will drive up the price of everything, fuel, fertilizers, and equipment, making our farmers uncompetitive. For once, will he stand up and put Saskatchewan farmers and farm families ahead of his own Ottawa political ambitions?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the consequences of climate change, like droughts and fires and storms and floods, impose billions of dollars in costs and losses on provinces like Saskatchewan and municipalities. As I said earlier, the Government of Canada has an investment plan to expand the economy of Saskatchewan. Over $500 million has already been announced. And we're also prepared to invest in science like carbon capture and sequestration, which Premier Wall has advocated, and the Global Food Centre in Saskatoon, and the major water facility at the University of Saskatchewan, and smart power grids, and flood prevention. Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond. Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the economy and the environment go hand in hand, and that any credible plan to reducing our production of greenhouse gases must include carbon pricing. In the federal sustainable energy, the government announced its intention to create a low-carbon government. Can the minister update the House as to the government's plan to do its part in tackling climate change? Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank the member from Richmond Hill for his work on this file. Today, I am proud to announce that the Government of Canada will be reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. We are creating a Centre for Greening of Government at Treasury Board that will track emissions, coordinate efforts across government, and drive results. Le gouvernement doit et on va.
The government will do its part to develop a clean and sustainable economy that creates good jobs while reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have slashed HIV/AIDS funding without giving a single organization advance notice. These organizations play an important role in reducing the transmission of HIV/AIDS, and they provide support to the thousands, Mr. Speaker, literally thousands of Canadians living with this illness. Our previous Conservative government invested in Canadian programs. The current Liberal government is cutting them out. Right. Mr. Speaker, why aren't Canadian tax dollars going to Canadian AIDS organizations before going to other countries?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising this issue in the House. The matter of HIV is something that I've been interested in and advocating for over 30 years. It is an issue that was not appropriately addressed in the past decade. In fact, there has been little attention paid to this matter at the federal level for some time. We are interested in a new approach to sexually transmitted and bloodborne infections, including HIV, hepatitis C. We are looking for ways to invest in good organizations, and we will continue to provide the support that Canadians need.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Kootenay-Columbia who have lost their jobs will be facing a month-long interruption in receiving their employment insurance. This is because government was not prepared to process the number of applicants that need assistance when they extended benefits for my region, which has been hit by the economic downturn. These constituents will now go without income for 4 weeks. What is this government doing to address the backlog, and what advice does the minister have for the people in my riding who will go a month without much-needed income?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je suis reconnaissant à mon collègue de...
I thank my colleague for raising this question. In Budget 2016, we laid out important measures to improve the flexibility and inclusiveness of EI benefits. We also tried to improve the quality of services provided by the government, and I look forward to working with members of this House to ensure that these services are as useful and relevant as possible for all unemployed persons.
Monsieur le Président,
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, today many of our colleagues had the chance to meet with Canada's Olympic and Paralympic athletes and trainers from the Rio Games. But we're not the only ones to have had that opportunity. At events in Gatineau and Ottawa, several students had the opportunity to meet them as well. Can the Minister tell us about the importance of these athletes for young people? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Vimy for her question. On behalf of all parliamentarians, I want to congratulate our athletes from Rio and highlight the importance of the Games for our young people. Nearly 1,000 students were with our athletes this morning. They inspire our students to dream, to become more athletic, more active, and to aim for the podium.
Welcome our athletes later on and give them the hero's welcome they deserve in this House for representing Canada on behalf of all Canadians. I thank them for their wonderful, their wonderful results in Rio this summer. Thank you.
Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's excuses to close the Vegreville Processing Centre and move it to a Liberal city riding are nonsense. He claimed there's a strong business case, cited efficiencies, and said the union agrees. But Prairie PSAC reps say, quote, "This has nothing to do with workload or the capacity of these employees to deliver service. The reason given by department heads were trivial." They confirmed, senior officials said, no cost analysis was done. They call for a reversal of this edict. So how can Vegreville believe anything this minister says?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we are working with the stakeholders to ease the transition. My staff has had a good conversation with the mayor. I would be happy to meet the member at any time. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, that there is a net increase in jobs in Alberta, that there is a strong case for this, and that we have a responsibility to spend taxpayers' money wisely and to improve the efficiency of the Immigration Department, to improve efficiency and reduce processing times.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here's a scenario. If the CETA agreement was enforced and the controversial Ajax mine in Kamloops, British Columbia, gets turned down by the British Columbia government, the Polish mining company would have the right to bring an arbitration case against Canada. On the other hand, we're a Canadian company to have a grievance with Poland. It's not at all clear they could sue because Wallonia has won opt-out provisions for every European nation. Will the Prime Minister commit that this Parliament will have adequate time to research, study, and understand CETA before we vote?
Will Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question as well as bringing her unique voice to this House. CETA is clearly in Canada's national interest, Mr. Speaker, and it is time for all of us to rally around it. On top of delivering tangible growth to our economy and opportunities for the middle class, CETA will provide a strong foundation for Canada and the EU to demonstrate leadership on what is truly a progressive accord, a green accord, a health accord, a labour accord, and also enshrines the right to regulate. The ICS provisions, Mr. Speaker, I suspect is something that the Trade Committee will look at over the upcoming weeks, and we will work with the committee and with our...
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Chief Rabbi Ephraim Mervis, 11th Chief Rabbi of the United Hebrew Congregations of the Commonwealth.
Pursuant to order of October 26th, the House will now resolve into Committee of the Whole in order to admit the athletes from the Olympics and Paralympics. Order. Canadians are rightly proud of our athletes. Like us, they are appreciative of the years of training and sacrifice and the determination it takes to become a world-class athlete.
Today is an opportunity to recognize the coaches, the administrators, and the Canadian Olympic and Paralympic committees for their support, along with recognizing our athletes. As we are welcoming a very large group of people into a restricted space, I would ask members not to impede the athletes' parade through the chamber. I understand there's agreement among all parties to have the names of the Olympic and Paralympic athletes who are with us today printed in the debates. You're all welcome to join our guest at a reception immediately following in room 237C. And now, it is my pleasure to welcome onto the floor of the chamber many of the athletes who competed at this year's Olympic and Paralympic Summer Games in Rio. The committee will rise, and I will leave the chair. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Veterans Ombudsman's Annual Report 2015-2016. Thank you.
Order. Allowed. Order. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 56 petitions.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The 18th report, entitled Report 1, Venture Capital Action Plan of the Spring 2016, reports to the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that a government table a comprehensive response to this report. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the analysts, the researchers, the clerk, all those officials that helped with these reports. We certainly appreciate the professionalism and the good work that they do in helping the Public Accounts Committee.
Introduction of Private Members Bill. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act, the Judges Act, the Public Service Annuation Act, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Survivor Pension Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The member... The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. I'm sorry, we have the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first bill I wish to introduce today addresses the paternalistic legislation that prevents veterans, RCMP, judges, and public sector employees who choose to marry after the age of 60 from providing pension benefits after their death to their spouses. As we age, we depend more and more on our spouses for care. Sometimes these can be the most difficult years of one's life. Spouses have a right to access pension benefits no matter at what age the relationship began, no matter when love began. This bill corrects this injustice.
Excellent.
Okay. Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that this bill now be read the first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted. Is it the pleasure?
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read the second time? Okay, at the next sitting of the House. Perfect. Okay, Ms. Mathers, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Forces Superannuation Act at the Royal Canadian Mounted and the Canadian Royal the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Superannuation Act, deletion and deduction from annuity. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a mouthful. The second bill I'm introducing today ends the unfair reduction of service pensions for retired and disabled Canadian Forces and RCMP veterans. The service pensions of Canadian Forces or RCMP members are unfairly offset when members begin to collect Canada Pension Plan benefits or if members become disabled and collect Canada Pension Plan disability benefits. This bill will end these unfair reductions. For their service and sacrifice, veterans and their families deserve to be treated with financial dignity when they retire or when they become disabled.
Ms. Matheson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that the bill be now read the first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall this bill be read the second time? Okay, at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Recreation Land Tent and Trailer Park in Cumberland, Ontario, which is located in LaBelle riding of Glengarry, Prescott, Russell. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees will continue to be recognized and taxed as small businesses.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise yet again in this House and present another series of signatures on behalf of the unyielding and relentless residents of Shawnigan Lake in my riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, who have been long fighting a contaminated soil dump in their watershed, and they are petitioning the Government of Canada to protect this critical watershed from contaminated soil under the authority of the Fisheries Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Milkming Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition put forward by people from my riding and adjacent areas. Ovarian cancer is one of the most fatal forms of cancer affecting women in Canada. Over 2,800 will be diagnosed. Over 1,750 will die this year of the disease. Treatments have not changed since the 90s, as well as the results have not changed in 50 years in any progressive way. So the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to support ovarian cancer research, Mr. Speaker, by submitting an extra $10 million in this year's upcoming budget. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions today. The first is one of the new forms of e-petitions, and it calls on the Government of Canada to re-examine and go back to the original use of the Bank of Canada as an interest-free source of loans for worthwhile projects. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents throughout my riding and calling on the government to support global efforts for small farmers, mostly women, in the Global South, and particularly to protect their right to save seeds.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Churchill, Chewett-Nagaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House and share a petition signed by many Canadians who are seeking justice for people with a lived experience of poverty whose voice and record had been excluded from the 2009 Federal HUMA Standing Committee hearings held into poverty reduction. They, Mr. Speaker, like many Canadians, are calling on the federal government to show leadership in ending poverty for Canadians that struggle in these situations every single day. Proud to stand here and present, share their voices, and we hope that the government will listen and take action.
Presenting petitions. See none. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 353, question 357, question 364, question 366, question 368, and question 372. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would ask that the government's responses to question 354, question 355, question 356, question 358, question 359, question 363, question 365, question 367, question 369, question 371, and question 373 be made into orders for return. That would be tabled immediately. And then finally, if I may continue on, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that then all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand at this time, Chair.
Is it agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Parlement du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reading stage of Bill C-29, Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2, and resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Deltel.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to congratulate the member for Chilliwack Hope for his omnibus speech he gave before question period yesterday. A big part of the problem with Conservative omnibus bills was that they were also ominous bills. Whatever the title, the actual result was often the opposite. Fair Elections Act, for example, was about how to interfere with, not promote, fair elections. Last Parliament, the member that I worked for as a staffer was critic for, among other things, citizen services. The Auditor General's report, the year that we got that portfolio, dealt with the websites of the Canadian government and their focus on citizen services. What we learned is that the Conservatives had, immediately upon taking power in 2006, immediately stopped all research into how people actually used government websites. Heaven forbid they cater to the needs of the people rather than to the desires of the government. Our government, Mr. Speaker, consults extensively. We do policy on the basis of evidence and of the wants and needs of the country. And there is nothing ominous about that. Does the member for Chilliwack Hope accept the evidence of evidence-based policy, or does he continue to believe that dogma is the most important factor in policymaking? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can understand why that honourable member doesn't actually want to talk about the Budget Implementation Act, because he's probably, like most Canadians, ashamed of the economic record of this government. Just yesterday, after I gave my speech, the Finance Minister got up and said after only a few months, he'd already blown his economic projections out of the water in the wrong way. He'd already had to use his contingency. The $6 billion contingency was gone. He'd had to borrow another $32 billion from future generations of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. So yes, we know that this government likes to consult with Canadians, but at a cost of $1,500 apiece, Mr. Speaker. We've certainly seen that from multiple ministers selling access to themselves for $1,500 to well-heeled Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the 100,000 energy workers who have been laid off since this government took office can't afford the entry fee to consult with this government.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech in the House yesterday. And I was just going to pose a question in terms of the mounting deficit. And as we heard yesterday, another $32 billion on top of what is already there, and no plan to pay it back. And I'm just wondering if he can answer and comment on how he feels that's going to affect the next generation.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member's exactly right that this will affect the next generation. As Canadians know, when they borrow money, they have to pay it back. And when the government borrows, when they break their word to Canadians, to the tune of 3 times the deficit they promised a $10 billion deficit that would be reduced to no deficit in their mandate. Mr. Speaker, they've blown both of those promises out of the water. It's now a $30 billion deficit. And instead of being back to balanced budgets by the end of the first 4 years, Mr. Speaker, they have no plan. The Finance Minister was clear yesterday that he has no intention and no plan to bring this back to a balanced budget. So we know that it will be future generations of Canadians that have to pay this back through higher taxes or through critical program services cuts. The Liberals are good at that. They did it in the last time they were in power. They cut $25 billion from the healthcare budgets across this country, and we're heading down that same path with this out-of-control, reckless spending plan.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, that is quite rich, coming from the opposition who spent 10 years, the vast majority of which delivering deficits, accumulating $160 billion debt. And what do they have to show for it? What projects did they bring in that they have to show for it? No, they don't. They don't even have jobs to show for it, Mr. Speaker. They spent at least the decisions from this side of the House in terms of implementing and adding to the deficit is for real opportunities, real job creation. The projects that will be put forward will be ones that genuinely get the economy moving again. I find it quite rich to hear the other side of the House talk about deficits and be trying to lecture the government on deficits. What do they have to say for the $160 billion worth of debt that they added to this country? What are they going to say to the future generations about that?
Well, member for Chilliwack Hope in 45 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, of course, had the member actually been paying attention in the last 10 years, he would know that the Liberal Party was demanding that we spend more, we borrow more money. We had a plan to get back to a balanced budget, and that's what we did. The independent parliamentary budget officer confirmed that the Conservative government left a surplus. We also left something else, Mr. Speaker, a surplus of 1.3 million net new jobs, as opposed to the record of this government borrowing $30 billion and having negative 6,000 jobs to show for it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to take a moment and just say thanks to all the Olympic athletes and Paralympic athletes that were here today. It was quite an honor to see that. The whole House was, I think, for 15 minutes, was just kept applauding, and it's great to for them to represent us in Rio the way they did. And I want to give a special shout out to Olympic boxer Mandy Bajould and Special Olympic swimmer Elliot Alexander, who live in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler. Mr. Speaker, during last year's election campaign, I spoke confidently to the residents of my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler about our plan to grow the middle class and revitalize the Canadian economy by doing three things. First, I talked about our plan to reduce income taxes on the middle class and those aspiring to join the middle class. Lowering taxes means leaving more money in the pockets of those who need it the most. Having more money to spend on goods and services in our economy. Second, I explained our plans to implement a tax-free, means-tested Canada Child Benefit to replace the patchwork of existing programs. The Canada Child Benefit will assist families with high costs of raising their children. Third, I talked about our plans to borrow at a current historically low interest rates to make a very large investments, both physical and social infrastructure. As I spoke to the people, I stressed that these programs would not only help individual families who were struggling after years of stagnant growth, but also these programs will grow our economy, generate economic activity, and create jobs by way of what economists call the multiplier effect. As I spoke with people at the door, I did so with confidence because I believe that our plan offered immediate help to those who needed it the most and set an ambitious long-term approach for growth by strengthening the heart of Canada's consumer-driven economy, the middle class. Because a strong economy starts with a strong middle class. When middle-class Canadians have more money to save, invest, and grow the economy, everyone benefits. A strengthened middle class means that hardworking Canadians can look forward to a good standard of living and better prospects for their children. When you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. Judging from the reaction I got from people throughout my riding, the message I was delivering resonated with voters. The results of the election speak for themselves. Our message of hope caused voters across the country to raise us from a distant third place in the House to forming a majority government. On election night, Canadians saw the merit in our plan, and Canadians chose a plan to invest in our future and for generations to come. Our plan increased again when legislation to reduce personal income tax rates, as promised, was introduced by this government last December. as the second piece of legislation proposed in Bill C2. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister of Finance tabled the government's budget in Parliament on March 22nd of this year. A budget is more than a mere forecast of expenditures and revenues. A budget is a financial strategy to fulfill what a government sets as its mission. A budget is a comprehensive plan of action designed to achieve the policy objectives of government. A budget is a financial blueprint for action. A budget will remain only a blueprint unless there are workers, materials, coordination, skills, and activity necessary to construct it. Real change will remain only a vision unless there is legislation to implement the budget which flows from that vision. Following quickly on the heels of Budget Bill C-15 was the first legislation introduced by the government in April. It was the first budget implementation bill. It turned the second major promise that I made to the constituents of Kitchener South Hespeler as I went door to door during the election. It turned that promise into a reality. Bill C-15 brought in the Canada Child Benefit. Simpler, tax-free, and more generous, the Canada Child Benefit replacing existing child benefits. That bill, C-15, passed quickly through this House and the Senate and received royal assent in the third week of June. Immediately afterwards, in July, the Canada Child Benefit payments started flowing to families fulfill their financial responsibility in raising the next generation of Canadians. The Canada Child Benefit is a social program of unprecedented generosity. Since July 1st of this year, families can receive up to $6,400 per year for each child under 6, and $5,400 for each child aged 6 to 17. 9 out of 10 families are better off. They are receiving higher monthly benefits, and hundreds of thousands of children will be raised out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. This government has taken a long-term approach to helping families which will be able to count on extra help now and for years to come. When Canadians look towards the future and think about planning, they know that the Canada Child Benefit will be there to help fulfill their financial responsibilities. And today, before the House, is Bill C-29. It is the second of 2 pieces of legislation intended to implement the budget tabled in the House in March. C-29 is the second act to implement this year's budget. It contains a number of necessary consequential housekeeping amendments to various acts, such as the Employment Insurance Act, the Canada Education Savings Act, and the Canada Disability Act by replacing references to child benefit. However, for most of Canadian families, the most important part of Bill C-29 is the introduction, as promised, of indexation for the Canada Child Benefit. Bill C-29 implements the budget by indexing to inflation the maximum benefit amounts and the phase-out threshold under the Canada Child Benefit, beginning in 2021 benefit year. That means that the benefits will increase if prices increase, and thus the purchasing power of the benefit will remain the same following 2020. Mr. Speaker, I just want to turn to just a couple articles here. The first one is from The Economist, and I want to say a quote here. Canada is in a better position than almost any other rich country to take advantage of low rates. So, Mr. Speaker, with the historical low interest rates, this is the time to invest in Canadians. This is the time to invest in our future and to invest in the young generation to take advantage of these low interest rates. And the second article I want to refer to is an article in the CBC. The head of the IMF, Christine Lagarde, said economic growth has been too slow for too long, and the IMF advocates three-pronged approach for governments trying to kickstart the global economy. She said the Liberal government is following the approach with monetary, financial, and structural reforms that will mobilize the resources of the state to increase growth. Mr. Speaker, for those reasons, I would therefore encourage all the members of this House to support Bill C-29. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And he talks about the child tax credit. He talks about all the things that are being done for youth. And can he explain to the House why removing the tax credits for arts programs, sporting programs, textbooks for students is actually helping our youth?
Honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. And the new plan that we have, the Canada Child Benefit Plan, is more inclusive. It's helping those that need it the most. We made sure that the Child Benefit Plan, the tax plan that's coming to middle-class families, are the ones that are getting it the most. And we decreased it, eliminated it for those that are a family income that are making over $200,000. So this is going to directly impact families that need it the most. And also our government has put in policies that if a student graduates and they make less than $25,000, they would not have to pay back interest on their loans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener South Hespeler for his intervention in this debate on Bill C-29. And I particularly want to ask my honourable colleague a question as it related to his comments near the end of his speech, as it related to the necessary measures that we need to bring Canada from a low-growth situation to a pathway of greater prosperity. And does he have a particular thought on the types of investments and how we could ultimately amplify the proposed investments that are in the budget implementation plan in terms of what the Minister of Finance announced with respect to the infrastructure investment bank, and does he think that that amplification by using private capital will help accelerate growth?
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for asking that question. I just want to talk about a little bit, he mentioned infrastructure. In my city riding of Kitchener South Hespeler and the Greater Waterloo region, our area is getting light rail transit, and this is an infrastructure project that is going to help our region especially to make sure that all our goods and services and individuals are able to be goods and services are able to go to market quickly, and we're able to move individuals and people quickly throughout our city. This is a project, light rail transit, for our region is going to increase a lot of jobs with all the skilled trades that are working presently there in our riding. Literally every street you go on in my riding is closed down, and there's been a little bit of controversy with some of the councillors there, and we poke fun at them. But it's a short-term pain for long-term gain in our region, and I'm really thankful for the infrastructure plan that we've put in place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listened intently to the member's speech. Curious, he mentioned a lot of being out in the community, talking to members from the community. Curious if while he was out door knocking, if he heard at all that a carbon tax is the answer, or that moving from $10 billion deficit to a $30 billion deficit is also the answer. If the member could comment on that, please.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
In my region of Waterloo, to talk about carbon, we held carbon pricing. We held a consultation on the environment, and there was a lot of concern, and a lot of people were concerned about the environment in my riding, and they wanted to make sure that the government was taking positive steps. And I received many emails after the consultation and after we announced it in the House, really good feedback about the approach we're taking, and balancing the economy while maintaining the environment. The constituents in my riding knows that this is what we need to do, is to balance both, and we're doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to address this House debating today on Budget Implementation Act 2016, the complete measures we introduced in Budget 2016. We completed more than 1 year in government and we have brought the changes which we promised to the Canadians during our last year election. I was successfully elected as first member parliament from newly elected riding Brampton Centre. The main reason for our success in the election was because our constituents believed us in the policies which we gave to them. I believe that we all must listen to the Canadian, otherwise we will not be here next time. During my door-to-door campaign, I met many Canadians telling me their stories of their economic conditions, and they told that they were working hard, trying to make both ends meet. Life was not easier, but the things were not working because of the bad economy and lack of jobs. People were struggling hard to meet ends. They were working hard, but were not able to cope up with their home expenses. People were concerned about their children's care and maintenance, their education, and then about their employment. They were worried about their jobs. We came across the issues about employment insurance, affordable housing, senior poverty anxieties. They were worried that how they will be able to better care for their kids and grandkids. By this time, when we were finished over a year in this government, and we have brought many changes which we promised to the Canadians, as a government, we are proud to our first budget. As promised, the Canadians that government will take solid steps to bring real changes for better middle class and for those who are working hard to join it. We know the Canadians' middle class is backbone of Canada. If middle class is strong, Canada is strong. When middle class Canadians have more money to save, invest and spend, everyone benefits. The bill in debate, the Budget Implementation Act 2016, number 2, complies with the implementation of outstanding measures we introduced in Budget 2016. It will build a strong economy for Canada. It will give the middle class and those working hard to join it more money in their pockets to save, invest, and grow the economy. I firmly believe that we as a government are focused on exactly the right things, in that we focus on people and on growing the economy for a long term in a way that will benefit all Canadians. Canadians' middle class will drive our economy forward. The following few important steps taken by government towards helping families to regain their confidence in the government. To meet our platform promises, we told 1% wealthy Canadians to pay more taxes, and we gave tax benefit breaks to those who earn less to help funding for the middle class. In Budget 2016, we introduced the new Canada Child Benefit. This benefit will help parents better support that what is most precious for them, their children, thereby putting more money in the pockets of the family with children. The Canada Child Benefit will lift hundreds of thousands of the children out of the poverty in Canada. 9 out of the 10 families are now receiving more money than they did under the previous system. The Canada Child Benefit is simpler and more generous, and is also tax-free. Its attractiveness is that it helps those who need the most in our society. It puts more extra money directly in the hands of the families to buy school supplies, groceries, warm coats, and for the winter, The Canada Child Benefit will help parents cover the growing cost of raising their children. The families can count on this extra assistance today for years to come because this Canada Child Benefit will be indexed for inflation. Further, the budget 2016 makes the post-secondary education more affordable for students for low and middle income families. It will be easier for them to repay back their student loans. The increase in Canada student loan from students from low and middle income families and for part-time students with a big incentive to them to join the workforce. It will also help young Canadians gain the rich, much-needed experience, the income they needed, and to find good jobs after graduation. Working forward poverty reduction, Budget 2016 also improves the employment insurance regime. Canada Employment Insurance Program provides economic security to the Canadians when they need it most. Whatever the circumstances, the Canadians should struggle to get the assistance when they are in need. To make sure that the Canadians get the help when they are in need, several changes are being proposed in EI system. Changes to eligible rules will make it easier for new workers and those entering the workforce to claim benefits. The waiting period will also be reduced from 2 weeks to 1 week. This improvement in employment insurance will provide money to employment workers with hundreds of dollars more at the time they need it most. In Budget 2016, we increased the monthly payment for most vulnerable seniors. Government reverted the pensionable age to 65 and will be indexing the senior pension. Restoring the eligibility age for old age security and granted income supplement benefits to 65 will put thousands of dollars back into the pocket of Canadians as they become senior and look to retire. The second budget implementation will amend the Old Age Security Act to make the program more flexible. When couples who are receiving the granted income supplement and the spouse's allowances must live apart for reasons beyond their control, each of them will receive benefit based on their individual incomes. By extending this treatment, the couple receiving the granted income supplement and the spouse's allowances, the government is improving fairness for seniors and helping them live with the dignity they deserve and need in retirement. That's the right thing to do. Government realizes that our veterans have dedicated their lives to the defense of our country, and they deserve our unwavering support, and we owe them. It is a sacred obligation that we must meet with respect and gratitude. Budget 2016 has provisions for the measure to support Canada's veterans. The Government of Canada has a social covenant with veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, yesterday here in this House, Honorable Finance Minister Mr. Morneau highlighted in his fall economic statement and stressed that our government wants to tell Canadians that we believe that we should be focusing on making investments for today and for tomorrow, and will allow us to have the higher level of economic growth in this country. And we are doing it in a fiscally responsible way. As promised to the Canadians that we will make a historic investment in green transport as well as in a social infrastructure. We have already started making record investment in which it will help middle class grow and prosper today while delivering economic growth for years to come. Infrastructure investment will shake the economy and make Canada economically strong. Mr. Speaker, I have my personal news announcement regarding infrastructure spending in my riding, which I...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. And he did mention about being a responsible government, and part of that responsibility is to have a plan in terms of balancing the budget. And I was just wondering if he could explain to Canadians what that plan looks like.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the member asking me the question, and thanks for the interest in this interest in the economy. Mr. Speaker, people told us to do the things to help them and their families to grow the economy. With the intention to do that, we have the plans to help the middle class. In that, we started with income tax breaks by telling the wealthy people to pay 1% more and reducing the tax for the middle class. We made the improvements in the child benefit. In that, 9 out of 10 families get the benefit, and we gave the benefits to the seniors. And that's the way Canadians want us to do. We relaxed the student grants for the students, which will give them chance to go to the colleges and pay their debts at the later stage when they are employed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was very eloquent. I'd like to ask him a question, though, about the Canada Child Benefit. He mentioned the CCB a few times in his speech, and he neglected to mention the flagrant error which Canadians quickly detected, and that is that the CCB is not indexed. So as time goes on, it will become worth less and less. There'll be a loss in the value of the benefit. Ultimately, it will be lower than what the Conservatives were providing. So I'd like to know, since they announced that they finally saw the light and we're going to index it, but only in a few years from now, why did they choose to wait till 2018? Why didn't they start indexing the CCB right away so that the benefit doesn't lose value over the next few years? Because Canadians' expenses just keep going up and their salaries seem to be stagnant. The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the member for asking me the question regarding the indexing of Canada Child Benefit. I understand that my member wants to know that why indexing was done not at the first stage and why it was considered when the later on it was revealed. That's the question. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to the notice of my friend that through you that whenever the government works on any plan, they are working through the government works through the advisory council on the economic growth. And when the advices are given, they are not the decisions. Their decisions are made by the government in the later stage. And that's why that the recommendation was prepared and given to the government, and it is up to the government whether to accept or not. We help the Canadians. We want to boost the economy. We want to work with the Canadians. We want that Canadians should get what we have promised to the Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rocks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-29 aims to implement a series of budget measures and tax changes of Budget 2016, which was tabled in Parliament on March 22nd of this year. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from this government over the course of this year how going into debt would help the economy and would create jobs. We also heard from this government how increasing taxes would help the economy and the middle class and create jobs. And we heard from this government how the tax-free savings account was not for seniors or not for students and not for people trying to save and get ahead. Therefore, it could be cut in half and it really wouldn't make any difference. Then we heard from the Prime Minister on September the 8th of 2015 while he was being interviewed by Peter Mansbridge, and I quote, that a large percentage of small businesses were actually just ways for wealthier Canadians to save on their taxes. Now, even though there are 1.14 million small businesses in Canada, employing 8.2 million people, plus another 2.3 million people employed in medium-sized businesses. So small businesses did not get the reduction in taxes as promised in the platform by this Liberal government. And to be clear, the promise was to reduce the small business tax from 11% to 9% to assist with job creation. But that didn't happen. Instead, they increased the CPP contribution so that workers would have to pay more and see less of their paychecks, and employers will also have to pay more, which goes against the internal documents from Finance Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, those documents show that financial officials advised the minister that higher CPP premiums will reduce job growth until 2035. And the advice was ignored. But the government decided to implement the so-called tax cut for the middle class, and then announced to the general public it was going to be revenue neutral. Well, Mr. Speaker, the plan was not revenue neutral, and in fact, in a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, it puts the cost at $1.7 billion, which is now added onto the growing tax burden for Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, it gets better. The Liberal government told taxpayers that for a tiny small deficit of $10 billion, infrastructure projects will grow the economy and create jobs. Well, the Liberals burned through a $1 billion surplus and created a deficit which is over $30 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, it still gets better. While all these job-creating measures the government has come up with, one would really think that jobs are really being created. Not so. In a report just released last week by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and it states, job creation over the past year was half of what it was over the past 5 years, and there have been no, and I repeat, no, net new full-time jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal job creation plan is simply not working. So let's just recap. A $30+ billion deficit, $7.1 billion spent overseas, $2.9 billion committed to an Asian infrastructure bank, new housing rules that will cost the economy $6 billion by the end of 2018, a national carbon tax that will increase the cost of heating, groceries, gas, and just announced yesterday by the Minister of Finance that he has spent the $6 billion contingency fund and is borrowing another $32 billion. As well, Mr. Speaker, $15 billion is being put into a newly created infrastructure bank. And the $15 billion, and I quote, will be sourced from the announced funding, projects that have already been announced, for public transit, green infrastructure, social, and rural and northern communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, we already have a structure in place with $1.3 billion available, and it's called P3 Canada. specifically set up to leverage private sector dollars. Pension funds can invest anywhere they choose. They don't need an infrastructure bank. And that was stated by the CEO of the largest pension fund in Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, let's hear from some experts. Craig Alexander, Chief Economist at the Conference Board of Canada. Quote, "The part of the fiscal plan that hasn't showed up is the infrastructure spending." Stephen Paulus, Bank of Canada Governor. "In data, there are no signs yet of a boost to growth." Benjamin Ritez, the senior economist from the Bank of Montreal. "It's certainly very fair to say the impacts were overestimated." The TD Bank and the Bank of Montreal projected that the government spending plan would add less to growth in 2016 than the Finance Department or the Bank of Canada had estimated. They have now publicly called on the government to halt additional spending. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a way to stimulate the economy and create the environment for job growth and job creation. The Liberal way is just not that way. Governments don't create jobs. Governments create environments in which job creation either flourishes or it stagnates. Unfortunately, what we are seeing in this government is stagnating the environment for job growth through out-of-control spending, deficits, higher taxes, red tape, and frankly, not knowing what job creation really means. Creating the environment means low taxes, less red tape, working with all levels of government to create livable cities, transportation to move people and goods to market, fiscal responsibility to pay down any debt and balance the budget. In the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression, the Conservative government had the lowest taxes in 50 years, balanced the budget, and completed over 7,500 infrastructure projects and created the environment for 1.3 million new jobs. And, Mr. Speaker, that's how it's done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John Rothesay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her speech. And, Mr. Speaker, I stand back and I marvel at times at the Conservative Party's view that they were such stewards of the economy. And we certainly see, Mr. Speaker, over 10 years what regressive policies have done for the country. 2 recessions, a budget at the last moment that was balanced via a shell game that I talked about yesterday. And, Mr. Speaker, the party opposite is so big on, our grandkids are going to have to pay for this and we're mortgaging our children's future. Yet it was their own finance minister, when they doubled the TFSA or tried to, who said, well, Stephen Harper's grandkids can pay for that. So I'm going to ask the member opposite how she squares that her own finance minister in the past said that Stephen Harper's grandchildren could pay for their promises, yet for us, it's the opposite. So I wonder if the member can comment on that.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague, and I'm just pleased that you do marvel at us Conservatives. I do want to say, however, that, and we'll just talk about the TFSA because in my riding I have a lot of seniors, and that was one thing that they really wanted was to have the amount left at $10,000. Unfortunately, it was the Liberals that went on this rant that nobody had $10,000 just hanging around, but that wasn't what it was for. It was for seniors. It was for students. It was for people that we're trying to save. And that's exactly what we did. That's exactly what we put in place. We had the lowest taxes in 50 years and created 1.3 million jobs. I'm sorry, but I don't know how that's wrong.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, Courtney Alberni. I keep wanting to say John something or other, but that's not the right thing to say. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for her speech, and I think we both share concerns about the the huge debt that families are seeing, especially over the last year. Families are carrying enormous debt, and with that, we're seeing a significant increase in the rate of child poverty in Canada, which is estimated to be as high as 11.2% by the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development. And in my riding in Courtenay, Alberni, in Alberni itself, 1/3 of the children living in Alberni Valley are living in poverty, and 1 in 5 children in Courtenay are living in poverty. And I want to ask the member, because I know she cares a lot about child poverty, I want to ask her, why did the child poverty rate become so high under the Harper government? Maybe she can answer some of the questions I have around that.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much. And actually, if you look at Stats Canada, the child poverty rate went down overall. Now, I would also admit that there are some communities, you know, as the former mayor of the city of Surrey, we created our child reduction poverty plan. And we have to look at each community in a different way. As we look at as a country as a whole, there's measures that we can put in, but we have to work together with communities to make sure that we're taking care of those less vulnerable. And with that, and I'm sure as the member knows from his community, the great work of Clyde Hertzman, who had a benchmark and that looked at all of the indicators that were causes of child poverty. And I would say that we cannot take our foot off the gas on this issue, that we have to continue to ensure that our kids are resilient, our communities are resilient, and that they are school ready when they get into kindergarten.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, I'm having a hard time tonight, the Perth Wellington. Very quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And actually, this morning I met with a particularly troublesome constituent to speak about the debt that the Liberal government is accumulating. And my 2-year-old daughter wanted to know whether or not the member agrees with her that straddling her generation with multiple billions of dollars of debt and $10 to $15 billion more in debt financing charges is fair to her generations and our children and our grandchildren.
In 30 seconds or less, the honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
And I met his beautiful daughter, and it is, it just breaks my heart to know that that child is going to grow up with the kind of debt. And when you look at a government that has absolutely no plan to pay down the debt, to balance the budget, that it's not even on the horizon, should be troublesome to every single Canadian across this country, because it will come back to haunt each and every one of us, our children and our grandchildren.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre les questions qu'elle abordera à l'heure de l'ajournement ce soir. L'honorable député de Nanaimo Ladysmith, la condition féminine. L'honorable député de Vancouver Kingsway, la santé. L'honorable député de Saskatoon West, les affaires autochtones.
Indigenous Affairs.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are debating the second and last bill concerning the implementation of the budget. Unfortunately, the needs expressed by citizens and organizations of Quebec are not there. For health transfers, education and social services, the Liberals have not undone the Conservatives' cuts. Our students have lost the credits for study fees and book fees and are insufficiently compensated. Students in Quebec are losing $120 million. They've been duped by this bill. It's very disappointing. There's nothing for our strong economic sectors like the green economy, high technology, aeronautics, and computer sciences. Nothing for our farmers, nothing for the unemployed. In fact, we're disappointed that that Quebec's needs are not part of the government's priorities. But it's not a surprise. Quebec and Canada are two such different nations that for many years, millions of Quebecers have understood that we would be better served by ourselves if we were masters of our own destiny. The current bill affects two things. The first is concerned the indexing of benefits for children. That is normal, and that is all very well. For the second, we're talking about a bunch of little adjustments to fix problems that allow for tax avoidance. For example, the possibility for SMEs to claim the tax credit on several occasions, which is nonsense, because some businesses own others, and so they will not be able to use this strategy. But if we if we tackle tax avoidance, the government is still not dealing with the gist of the problem. It's as if it's putting out a fire in a paper basket, but whereas the whole house is on fire. When we're talking about tax avoidance, the problem is with banks, the financial sector, and multinational corporations that blithely transfer their billions of dollars to tax havens. We're talking for the 5 major Canadian banks about $6 billion per year, and this has nothing to do with the amounts in this bill. So we've really missed the boat. In addition, to fix the real problem concerning tax avoidance, there's no need to renegotiate international agreements. The government can act right now. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind everyone here of something. There is no agreement or law that authorizes the use of tax havens. For example, the Canada-Barbados tax agreement stipulates that a corporation that has a special tax advantage in Barbados, so that's a tax rate of between 0.25% and 2.5% instead of 25%, must pay its taxes in Canada. That is Article 30 of the agreement. Instead, it is the amendments made in secret to the Canada tax regulations that make tax avoidance legal. These were put in place by the preceding government without elected officials being able to debate it. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute to the debate in a positive fashion by proposing a very simple and concrete action to fix the essence of the problem with tax avoidance. We need simply to get rid of 2 amendments to the regulation. So first, regulation number 5907, 11.2c, which overturns Article 30 of the Canada-Barbados Tax Agreement, which means that they must pay their taxes in Canada. With this regulation, Barbados became a tax haven for Canada over 20 years ago. It was adopted secretly, and it is in fact perhaps not even legal. Imagine that. This regulation was put in place with no vote from the House, and it allowed the banks and multinational corporations to legally take advantage of tax havens. It is high time to make what is immoral illegal. A bit of justice and fairness, please, Mr. Speaker. Second, we must also undo the amendment to Article 5907.11 that was adopted in 2009. With a single stroke of a pen in the regulations, the government liberalized 22 other tax havens. Imagine that. As soon as Canada signs a tax information exchange agreement with a tax haven, as soon as Canada has such an agreement, the profits that are repatriated are no longer taxed in Canada. And once again, this amendment was made secretly. It is part of one of the mammoth budget implementation acts, and it can be found under tax credit for medical expenses. So that is very deceptive. Mr. Speaker, may I repeat again that when we talk about tax avoidance, we have to go straight to the heart of the problem by making what is immoral also illegal. Tax avoidance is practiced legally and exerts great pressure on public finances. It is not normal that everyone pays more and more taxes and other tariffs while public services shrink away and enterprises and big banks simply shirk their responsibilities.
Inequality is increasing, and we need to take action so that will change. But in order to do that, Mr. Speaker, we'll have to start by changing the culture here in Parliament and at in different governments that have been in power in Ottawa. Even if, in general, people criticize tax avoidance, and it's a consensus in Quebec, the banks have so much power here that the government, in power, and the official opposition continue to look away. It's high time that elected officials start really representing citizens rather than the interests of the big banks. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. He always has good speeches with a lot of interesting imagery. I'd also like to thank him for his work in the fight against tax havens. which is a very topical issue and something that I think we need to tackle here in this House as quickly and as effectively as possible. So I wonder what he thought of the part of the bill that discusses the country-by-country report on multinationals. This is something that will have to be discussed if the bill is passed, because we'd have to implement OECD standards. So certain countries that make more than 750 million in revenue would have to submit to this new law. And I'd like him to say what he thinks about that threshold of 750 million so that Canada can know more about multinationals and whether that might lead to a more in-depth analysis of the company and its activity. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and for all of the work that he and his party have done to fight tax avoidance and the placing of money in tax havens. Now, this aspect, the country-by-country aspect, is a good initiative brought forward by the OECD, and it's a very small step in the right direction. But we need to do so much more, starting right now. And we don't want to have to wait for all of the countries in the world. We have solutions that we can start implementing in Parliament now, so that $750 million threshold could be much lower, for example. This is a step in the right direction, but we need to do a lot more, for example, by eliminating those two amendments that I mentioned earlier. So we can do a lot more, but first we have to stop being in the pocket of the banks. We need to start asking for substantial assistance when we write tax laws. We need to really represent our citizens and take action right away. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I'd like him to tell me how much trust can we place in a government that after 1 year is able to change direction so much as the government has done. They promised a modest deficit of $10 billion in the first 2 years, but in the next 2 fiscal years, they're saying, well, they said that they would be able to balance the budget by 2019-2020. But now we've learned that there's not going to be a modest deficit, but rather a very large deficit of $30 billion. And yesterday, during the economic update, we learned that they would add $32 billion over the next 6 years, making the deficit reach over $100 billion. So my question for the member is, does he believe that we can really trust the government when we look at their economic management and we see the terrible results after just 1 year? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, this is very concerning. This is people's money. People pay their taxes and they want to get services in return for that. When you're managing the country and managing the economy in Canada or in Quebec, because that's what particularly concerns us, you need to be careful. So if there is a deficit, you need to ensure that it is there to stimulate the economy in an effective manner. And I think that's far from the case. So, yes, when it comes to trust, there certainly are questions we could be asking. Now, just in terms of the 5 big banks, if we were to really close some of the loopholes concerning tax havens, or if there were amendments made in secret, we need to tackle that. So the goal is always to lower the pressure on middle-class taxpayers and ordinary people, and we don't want to just pave the way for the big banks and rich companies who have influence with the government to do whatever they want. So we should never take these questions of the deficit lightly, and I thank my colleague for his question. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straight off, I'd like to tell you how dismayed I am with Bill C-29 and the measures contained therein, or rather, some of the measures that are not contained therein. there is a substantial lack of measures that would help families, middle-class people, and the most vulnerable. I would also like to mention the fact that this bill, which includes 146 sections that modify 13 laws, was tabled on Tuesday, October 25th, and the debate started only 3 days later. So we only had 3 days to really understand the scope of the changes of these that would be made to these 13 laws and 146 articles. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this doesn't leave us a lot of time to study the bill in depth and to truly understand all the details and the scope of its content. But what's easy to see is what is not in this bill. For example, greater health transfers to the provinces. As a progressive member of Parliament, representing Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, I am against this bill because it has a serious lack of substantive measures to help families and those who have the least money. For a party that wants to defend the middle class, this budget really represents only broken promises. Yesterday we heard the government's economic update. There's no compensation for dairy farmers, nothing for Bombardier. Essentially, it's a plan to privatize things and a plan to take away $15 billion of promised funding for infrastructure. I can tell you there are people in my riding who will be disappointed. So this money will be redirected to a privatization bank, which is designed to satisfy corporate interests and to create profits rather than to meet the needs of communities. This is funding that is not being given to people in my riding. And there are substantial infrastructure needs in my riding. For example, there's a tunnel in my riding, or the Centre Communautaire de Saint-Pie, or the need for water treatment facilities. These are just a couple of examples of very important infrastructure projects that are needed in my riding. Municipalities and citizens believed that money would be given to finally bring these projects to term, because that was what had been promised over and over. However, what was not said was that infrastructure was going to be privatized. The Liberals never told us that they would invest by privatizing, of course. In Budget 2016, they talked about asset recycling. Well, that's a very nice phrase that really just means privatization. Why didn't this government promise privatization during the election campaign? Well, because it's not much of a vote-getting idea, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we never heard a word about it during the campaign. And quite the contrary. When we talked about tolls for the Champlain Bridge, for example, the Liberals said that they would never impose a toll for the users of that bridge. Now, that might be true, but what they didn't say was that they would impose tolls everywhere else. When did the Liberals tell Canadians that rather than having public infrastructure and public investments, as promised, that they would have to pay user fees and tolls because their taxes wouldn't cover that? Well, they never said that. C-29 contains a certain number of positive measures, which we support, but its content is far from reflecting the Liberals' election promises, and it doesn't really fight inequality. As the critic for families, children, and social development, I'm disappointed. Disappointed that the Liberals decided not to index the Canada Child Benefit to inflation. And they could have solved that yesterday, but instead they're going to wait 4 years. The consequence of this political decision, Mr. Speaker, is that families in my riding and families across Canada are going to lose more than $5,000. The Liberals incessantly repeat that this Canada Child Benefit will lift thousands of children out of poverty. But what we see concretely is that families are getting $5,000 less, or will be getting that in the coming years. So how long are they being lifted out of poverty for? A month or two? $5,000 for a family that's working hard to make ends meet is a lot. I can't believe that my Liberal colleagues are boasting about lifting children out of poverty, when in fact, they're taking thousands of dollars away from families. Families can't afford to wait for the new Canada Child Benefit to be indexed to inflation only in 2020. Between now and 2020, low-income families will obtain only $6.50 more per month than what they would have received under the Harper government. So the difference between the Conservatives and the Liberals is $6.50 a month. You can't boast that you're eliminating poverty when you're only giving $6.50 per month more. So that's not enough even to buy a loaf of bread and a carton of milk. When I talk about this with organizations in my riding who work with low-income families, they are stunned to learn what families are really going to have in their pockets at the end of the month. They're disappointed, and I understand. I've heard the disappointment of families who have learned about this change since July. This is a bad decision for families. It will particularly harm low-income families who really count on this money. In the next 4 years, the amount given to low-income families will be reduced by around $500. Broken promise after broken promise. Canadians are disappointed. But I would like to highlight the measure that prevents multiplying the access to additional deductions and that will avoid tax avoidance. So this will allow the government to get an extra $55 to $60 million per year. But they could have pursued other measures as well. For a long time, the NDP has been calling for measures to provide tax cuts for small businesses who are the real job creators in our ridings. We're disappointed to see that the Liberals are not keeping their promise of reducing taxes on small businesses. And yet, they had promised to drop the rate to 9% by 2019. This tax cut for job creators was something people were really counting on, and it's disappointing to see this broken promise as well. The Liberals and the Conservatives before them gave significant tax gifts to some of Canada's richest companies, but once again, they're letting our small businesses down. I am so proud to represent a riding where we have many innovative small businesses. According to a study by the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, Saint-Hyacinthe is ranked 6th in Quebec and 20th in Canada in terms of the cities that have the best startups and business development. But these companies really need a helping hand if they are to be viable. This is why the NDP can't accept such a bill that really doesn't help families, small businesses, and the middle class. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat it, I'm disappointed, as are the citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. We're disappointed by these measures that are not helping small businesses. They're not helping dairy farmers in my riding. They're not helping Bombardier. My riding is right next to Valco, and it doesn't help municipalities. It doesn't help families. It doesn't help the unemployed. It doesn't help those who are the most vulnerable, and it doesn't help the middle class. I've concluded my speech, Mr. Speaker, so thank you very much. Questions and comments?
John Russey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate my friend and colleague across the House here for her speech. I know that we both sit on HUMA, Mr. Speaker, and we have a passion that is unequal to reduce poverty. But, Mr. Speaker, some of the things my colleague has said in her speech are a little puzzling. Let's not forget that the NDP ran the last election on austerity and on balancing the budget. And, Mr. Speaker, I feel that was a party that lost their way and obviously lost their base. So my question to the member opposite is this. Her party supported the UCCB, which gave the same amount to millionaires as those who make $20,000 a year. Will she not concede that the Canada Child Benefit is a much better program than the UCCB, and that it's transformational, and that eventually, starting in July, it will help families that are living in poverty? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I've said it before and I'll repeat it. Poverty is not a partisan issue. Since I started working with low-income families and people, I've always talked about facts. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, is that the benefit they've been receiving since July will not be indexed to the cost of living. The fact is that that benefit will actually leave less money in their pockets between now and 2020. That's the fact, and that is why I am disappointed that the benefit is not being indexed right away. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very passionate speech. She sees the reality on the ground in her riding of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, and it's a reality that's quite similar to what I see in Sherbrooke. It's only a few dozen kilometers from Saint-Hyacinthe. So I was wondering, since the Liberal government was elected, since they promised these major investments in infrastructure, since they said that the country was suddenly going to be much better equipped in terms of infrastructure, has she seen in her riding any effects of the new Liberal government's actions after 1 year? And are there any infrastructure projects that have gotten off the ground since then? Because in my riding, that's certainly very rare. And what I've seen across Canada is that there have been very few as well. So I'd like to know if she's concerned about the slowness with which these infrastructure projects are getting started, and is she concerned that they might never get started because the Liberals aren't really taking this issue seriously? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, indeed, after the election last year, municipalities had very high expectations. When I went to a meeting with them, they all had projects, and they expected those projects all to be subsidized after the first budget. I had to tell them after the budget was tabled that, in fact, no, there was nothing for small municipalities in a riding like mine. Most of the projects in the first year were going for the big cities. Now, after yesterday's economic update, the municipalities will still be disappointed because there are still substantial needs. And indeed, I haven't seen any subsidies for infrastructure in my riding. And yet, project proposals were tabled, the needs are there, and there are growing infrastructure needs in my riding. The small municipalities are the ones that have the most difficult time meeting their needs. As I often say, for the small municipalities, it's like the water is right up to their nose, and as soon as there's a wave, they're overwhelmed. So most of the money is going to the big cities, and in my opinion, that's not good. So yesterday, when it was said, well, we're going to invest billions in, what was it? I can't even remember how many projects over a period of 11 years. I thought, wow, the small municipalities are going to be disappointed for 11 years. It's just unacceptable. And there are many MPs in this House who represent rural ridings, like me. There are many of us who don't have any big cities in their riding. And those ridings are not seeing any of the money come in. So we need to stand up and speak on behalf of those small municipalities who never seem to see the money.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance admitted to the Canadian people in his fall economic statement yesterday that his ideas just aren't working. That isn't what he said, but it was what Canadians understood. GDP growth is lower than he expected in his March budget. He plans another $31.8 billion in borrowing over the next 5 years. This is a fantasy number, given the original promise was to run a modest deficit of $10 billion annually. What he was really saying is that he plans to keep throwing taxpayers' money at the economy, because eventually something good may happen if they spend enough. Such an attitude has not worked in the past, But I guess the Minister of Finance has never learned that those who do not learn from the mistakes of history are doomed to repeat it. As the Canadian debt numbers increase, the government hopes that somehow people won't notice. The Minister of Finance needs to tell Canadians what taxes he will hike and which programs he will cut to fund these expensive new promises. The Minister of Finance still has no plan to balance the budget, and the Liberals have no idea how to get Canadians back to work. Given the gentleman's background in business before he entered political life, I am somewhat surprised that he is not more embarrassed at such a deficit financing, especially with no plan to turn things around. I can only surmise that he is also a student of history and understands the Liberal governments are only good at one thing: spending money that doesn't belong to them. In March, this government was full of high praise for its budget. 8 months later, that praise seemed more wishful thinking than reality. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, job growth over the past year was half the average of the previous 5 years. There has been a drop in the number of full-time jobs. The PBO says that under this government, the Canadian economy has failed to create one new full-time job. That is a sad record. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that if he borrowed billions of dollars, he would create jobs and grow the economy. Now they're full of excuses. Canadians must miss the fine print. Borrowing billions hasn't created any jobs so far. A logical person would look at that record and conclude that approach does not work. A rational person would look for an alternative that would help get Canadians back to work. The Minister of Finance is borrowing more money, sinking the government and the people further into debt under a spending program that has already been shown not to work. That suggests to me that he really has no idea what to do to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has announced changes to the Canada Pension Plan. This expansion will cost more than expected. Internal documents show that officials advised the Minister that higher CPP premiums will be a drag on the economy until 2030, and that the negative impact on jobs will last until 2035. The PBO expects the fiscal cost of the expansion to reach $825 million a year by 2021-2022 due to the tax deductibility of CPP premiums and increased spending on the working income tax credit. When these changes are introduced, Canadians will take home less paycheck each week. The government wants us to think that isn't much, that we will never notice it. But every penny less in a person's pocket makes a difference to that person. The Minister likes to think that increased CPP payments are not a tax, but money taken off your paycheck by the government is a tax. A promise to return it with interest some years later remains just a promise. This government is good at making promises. It has not shown itself to be as good on actually delivering on those promises. For example, they have promised a lot of money for infrastructure projects. This money, they say, will create jobs. Well, we all know there's no jobs. And no jobs have been created, so what has happened? According to Bloomberg, out of the 860 infrastructure projects approved by the Liberals so far, only one has actually broken ground. That is not a very impressive track record. I wonder why the government did not choose to fund projects that were ready to proceed. Certainly, there was more than one infrastructure project being planned in Canada this year that could have been implemented by now. Mr. Speaker, the government is also introducing new rules on mortgages that will make it harder for Canadians to buy a home. The Bank of Canada says that these new housing rules will cost the economy $6 billion by the end of 2018. The role of government should be to create a fiscal environment where businesses can create permanent jobs for the people of Canada. The government should not be introducing measures after measure that restricts economic growth and costs people their jobs. That would seem to be simple economics, but a grasp of what that escaped the Liberals spending billions of taxpayers' dollars with no result doesn't make sense. You can't spend your way to growth as you can't spend your tax. You can't tax your way to prosperity. What is needed is an economic plan, not a politically motivated and hastily conceived piece of legislation. These changes, by increasing government debt, will negatively impact all Canadians. The result of the past year are dismal. We don't trust the Liberals to deliver results, and increasingly, neither do Canadians. Not only that their plan has failed, Liberal tax hikes and red tape are making things worse. First, they cancel family tax credit for sports and art classes and cancel small business tax cuts. Now they are imposing a CPP tax hike and carbon tax that will cost families thousands of dollars every year. The Liberals' only solution to those problems seems to be to borrow and spend even more money that will have to be paid back by Canadian workers and families and job creators. Conservatives understand that when you borrow money, you need to pay it back with interest. That's why we are careful not only with our own money, but with that entrusted to us by the taxpayers. I only wish Liberals felt the same way and had respect for Canadian taxpayers. This bill implements measures from a budget that lacks concrete, targeted plan to stimulate economic innovation. In effect, it ignores the pressing need to develop these initiatives. The government doesn't seem to know where it's going and how it will get there, but it plans to spend a lot of money along the road. The lack of transparency surrounding the long-term costs of the Liberal economic policy is cause for serious concern. Canadians have the right to know how the government's fiscal plan, or lack of it, impacts them and the country. This is not about the present. It is about the future of Canada. As custodians of the taxpayers' hard-earned funds, it is our responsibility to act responsibly, not recklessly, with the nation's finances. As the government moves deeper and deeper into deficit, and the national debt grows increasingly larger, someone at some point will be called upon to foot the bill. When our children and grandchildren are struggling to maintain essential services and climb out from under a mountain of government debt, they will be asking why we failed to act in a responsible fashion. What we will tell them, that we truly believe budgets could balance themselves. The Liberal economic plan has failed, and Canadians are paying for it. When it comes to managing the economy, you don't get a second chance. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe what I would like to do is just maybe contradict what it is that the member is saying, in the sense that we need to realize that what we have seen is a very aggressive, progressive government in the last year take an approach that is truly different. Canadians wanted real change because they saw a conservative government lose touch with what Canadians were thinking. And when we saw the re-election of our or not re-election, the election of our government, what we saw was substantial change, real change, I would argue. We saw increase in taxes for Canada's wealthiest to help compensate the middle-class tax cut. We saw the Canada Child Benefit Program, which will literally lift thousands of children out of poverty. We saw the Guaranteed Income Supplement have a substantial increase for single seniors. Some of the poorest seniors in every region of our country will will get $900 for more, for example, than they had received previously. We have the hugest, the most significant increase in infrastructure dollars and the sense of commitment. I believe $180 million over the next 11 years. Canadians wanted change, and they got real change. And this is the type of thing in which I believe is going to see Canada do well into the future. My question for the member is, would he not at the very least recognize that the Conservatives in fact did lose touch, and as a result of losing touch, now we're seeing a much more progressive attitude at trying to get Canada's economy on the right track?
Before I let the honourable member answer, I want to remind the honourable members that it is questions or comments. It doesn't have to be necessarily a question, just to clarify. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't agree the members opposite to agree with me, as usual. I know he's going to contradict what I said. But isn't a heroic fact or act to borrow money and spend it on people and tell people that you're spending money on them coming out of their pocket? That's a bad management, and that's bad financing and bad economy. If anyone understands the basic of economies, understand when you borrow money, you need to pay it back, and when you don't have the money, you don't spend the money, so you keep playing low when economic difficulties in place in order to be able to manage the people's money, because that is your responsibility and our responsibility and everybody's responsibility in this country to make sure Canadians' money are not for grab by any politician in this country like this government is doing.
Questions and comments? Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I was wondering, in the case of this second Budget Implementation Act and the fiscal update, the economic update yesterday, considering the results that we've seen over the past year, the economy is not improving, there's no growth, there's no job growth. Does my colleague think the government is doubling down on a strategy that's not working, apparently? And is it a bit like what Einstein said, that the definition of insanity is trying the same thing again when it didn't work the first time? Does he share my opinion, our opinion, that this strategy isn't working and the government should perhaps consider changing it?
Well, thank you. Thanks to the honourable colleague for his question. I enjoy sitting or spending some time with him on the Finance Committee. That is exactly true, what he just said, because if the plan is not working, so we have to be very quick in order to be able to change the plan to make it workable for Canadians. And if we go deeper and deeper, spending more money and throwing more money at something that is not working, that's the biggest insanity. And this is by any measures of economic standards and financial standards and business standards. It doesn't make sense. This government is going in the wrong direction, and we don't know other than the result is going to be devastating for every Canadian.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pas tout à fait prêt. Ça va. Monsieur le Président, je tenais à réagir à la mise à jour économique faite hier et à rappeler que le gouvernement appauvrit encore plus les Canadiens en les amenant au plus profond dans la mer des déficits. Aujourd'hui, l'avenir du Canada est plus sombre et risqué. Voilà.
Un problème avec la traduction. Can you...
Is it working now? Okay, please continue. I'll start over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to react to the economic statement yesterday and the fact that the government is making Canadians even poorer. Canada's future is more somber and more risky today, and I fear for future generations and my children. This is a very liberal exercise. It's red everywhere, and this is very troubling. The middle class can't live beyond its means forever. Eventually, the bank is going to catch up with us, And this government is not living in the real world, unfortunately. There are so many people around in the Liberal fold that really don't understand the risks they're taking and how precarious the situation is. For those who watch Narcos, you've probably seen a very striking scene with a drug trafficker, Pablo Escobar, who literally lights up millions of dollars. That's what this government is doing. They're setting fire to millions of dollars to try to create some heat, but that's not going to work. And it's millions that they don't even have. It's too much money for too little result. This will add $32 billion to the deficit. So $32 billion is a huge amount of money. It's really huge. So they're adding $32 billion to the debt. The Liberals had promised during the election campaign to run a low deficit to try to kickstart the economy, but they forgot to tell Canadians what they meant by a low deficit. It's just a detail, one might think, but this is a Prime Minister who thought budgets would balance themselves. So it's hardly surprising. During the campaign, the Prime Minister said that he knew the economy like the back of his hand. That's all well and good, but when it comes time to manage a G7 economy, it's not necessarily that easy. Unfortunately for Canadians, the Prime Minister's way of thinking just isn't working. Despite all the money they've wasted since taking office, no new net jobs have been created in Canada. And as the Finance Minister said, Canadians have to get used to job churn. That will be the norm. The Liberals are proud to say that their deficit is lower than forecast, but I'd like to remind them that we're not talking about $10 billion anymore. The Liberals vastly underestimated the deficit. It'll be even greater than what the government thought. And it would be even greater if they hadn't used their $6 billion reserve to make things look better. And the contingency reserve has disappeared from the budget for years to come, and who knows when we'll get back to budget balance. My colleague, the finance critic, asked the finance minister 5 times to answer the question and didn't get an answer. To run a deficit during an economic slowdown or recession is something that's broadly accepted in society and among economists. But let me quote what the finance minister said yesterday. He said, "Our economy is growing, but not as fast as we would like." So if we're still growing, how can the finance minister justify such a huge explosion in the deficit? What would the situation be if Canada were to fall back into recession? If $25 billion isn't enough to kickstart the economy during a period of growth, then how low are we willing to go with this government? We don't want this to happen, but I guess we should expect the worst. And if it does happen, our credit card is already completely run up to the hilt, and we are living beyond our means. Someday, this is going to have to be paid for. Another worrisome thing about this budget is the creation of an infrastructure bank. $15 billion will be taken out of the budget that was already there for communities all across the country. And by definition, projects that this bank will fund will be in the major centers. That's where investors are most likely to want to invest in order to get a good return. So just 1 year in office, and the Liberals are already abandoning Canadians who don't live in the major cities. They're just going to have to fend for themselves. Who's going to support them? Certainly not the infrastructure bank with its private investors looking for yields, and certainly not the current infrastructure minister who seems more concerned about having nice office space than worrying about problems on the North Shore in the Gaspé. Out of sight, out of mind.
So there's taking away from the poor to give to the rich. That's the sunny ways of the Liberal government. Everything in the center and nothing for the rest. And also, the infrastructure plan has truly failed. We can see that. because a large part of the infrastructure budget will not be managed by him. Now, if the government's plan is working so well, why do they need another option? They had asked Canadians permission to run deficits to invest in the infrastructure. The Minister of Infrastructure boasts that he approved a record number of projects, but according to Bloomberg and HuffPo, only one of these projects is underway. One. Now, for a minister who paid $1 million to renovate his office, that must be a record. But other than the minister's well-appointed office, what has the government done to help the Canadian economy grow? Nothing. Just going to have a bit of water, Mr. Speaker. I want to give a little break to the interpreters and allow them to breathe.
Ça va, merci.
That's okay. So let's get back to serious things because, unfortunately, we have to make speeches that are very serious because, you know, Mr. Speaker, we are in a hole of some $25 billion, according to the government. And they said they were going to run a modest deficits to build infrastructure, but there's only one project underway. Crazy. So the time the Liberal government is wasting to roll out these projects hurts because large projects take time to get going. And to get Canada going, it's simple. Instead of creating new institutions, we need to keep our tax rates low, properly manage our finances, and simplify the administrative burden. That's the best way to help development in Canada, and that's what we did as a government. We made Canada the best place in the world to do business. In closing, as a father, I do not understand how they can claim to present such a document and say that they're fiscally responsible. Jeopardizing people's future without delivering anything in the present is irresponsible. Burning through billions is not good management. Greece tried it, and I hope Canada doesn't go down the same path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's Rothsay.
Speaker, and thank you to member opposite for your speech. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to point out that over the last 10 years of regressive policies, trickle-down economics, Canada was ready for a change. This is a government that oversaw 2 recessions and balanced their budget, or, like I said before, with a shell game, balanced their budget by throwing in the EI surplus and the GM sale of stocks and the rainy day fund. That's how they balanced their budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians wanted a change. It was known throughout the country. Experts said that Canada was in an infrastructure deficit. There wasn't enough being spent on infrastructure over the past 10 years across this country. Mr. Speaker, let me ask the member, does he not agree that infrastructure spending is a way to stimulate the economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker. What is my colleague's riding, please? St. John Rothsay. I'm going to try and remember because I found my colleague quite insulting regarding the former government. For the past 10 years, our government went through the world's largest economic crisis. And as I mentioned in my speech, when these global crises occur, the governments then can take exceptional measures to restart the economy. But currently, the economy is growing. The minister said so. Slow growth, but still. So how can they justify jeopardizing the future of our children? I've got a 13-year-old and a 12-year-old, and I'm wondering what's going to happen in 20 years. Think of their taxes. It's going to be unbelievable to pay down the debts of the current Prime Minister, just like his father did before him. We're still paying down that debt. So to accuse the former government of not doing its job, I don't accept that. That's my right. And that's the end of my answer. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With the current government, what we're seeing are regions like mine being penalized. They're creating a privatization bank where the interesting projects that will attract investors that will ensure a high return on investment will happen in urban centers. So villages like the ones in my riding will attract nothing. I have a friend who lives in Rapide Danseur. There's about 300 or 400 residents. She will, I'm sure, get nothing for investment in her village. The cost of living is going up. It's more expensive to buy many things, including groceries. There are many things that are not getting better. And I know that it is kind of difficult to do this math in one's head, but I wonder if my colleague can calculate after the election of 2019 how much what kind of debt his children are going to be in. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. But I don't have a calculator here, but I can tell you quickly, just at first glance. We're talking about over $100 billion that will represent the deficit after the 4 years this government is in office. And what I remember from her question is what I said in my speech. Regions. The regions have been completely forgotten, completely left out by the way this investment bank is going to do things, because currently they're going to centralize Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, maybe Calgary. Those are the cities that will benefit from the big projects, because private companies will want to invest in major projects. For example, a train with a toll or another bridge. Those are the projects that will be lucrative. The private sector won't invest if it's not an attractive project. So who's going to invest in rural Abitibi? No one. So places in Quebec, when they had those agencies that looked after the regions, that was a good thing. But now the government is going to centralize things in large regions to please the Minister of Finance. It's the private sector that will invest and the regions will see nothing. That's how it works. Questions and comments. We have the time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I can see that the Liberals, when they get up, God goes to bed. But the fact is, we understand things differently than they do, and I don't accept that people should insult my friends because they don't think alike. Now, that being said, this is my question for my colleague. My daughter, she's not a manager or anything, but she calculated that it would cost $44,000 per person. So what about the Army? Are they going to do fundraising in the Army? Thank you, colleague. Indeed, one of my colleagues, his fifth grandchild was born yesterday, so obviously, the debt is going up and up on these children. That's the Liberal government's gift to them. Now, in the budget in the spring, we saw $3.8 billion for defense that was cut. Then they manipulated the figures some more, and they said, okay, the money's available if we want it, but then it disappears into the administrative housekeeping things in the budget. So $31.8 billion. Okay, let's take away $6 billion, so $25 billion. It's not too bad. Listen, they're very good at scheming, but Canadians are not no fools. We know that defense needs major investments, and I hope that the government will observe what is happening and ensure the defense of Canada. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M39 as amended under private members' business in the name of Mrs. Lockhart. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following ones. Ms. Lockhart, seconded by Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester, moved that the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration be instructed to undertake a study on immigration to Atlantic Canada to consider, among other things, 1. The challenges associated with an aging population and shrinking population base.
Current residents and the challenges of retaining new immigrants. 3. Possible recommendations on how to increase immigration to the region. 4. Analysis of the Atlantic immigration pilot initiatives associated with the Atlantic Growth Strategy, and that the committee report its findings to the House within 1 year of the adoption of this motion. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong. Mr. Lead. Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sohoda.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Fitzpatrick-Taylor.
Ms. Fitzpatrick-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
My right.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mrs. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Toogood.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms.
Ms.
Alice.
Alice.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Mr. Anandasangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Second row at my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland
Mr.
Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
My right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sagan.
Mr. Sagan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left in the favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Mr. Van Dijk.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
On my left.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
My left.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Ms.
South.
Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Starmont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Poche.
Madame Poche.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Second row at my left.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Suite.
Boutin Suite.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Blouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Detel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Droit qui s'oppose, la motion va être.
All those at my right who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row,
Quatrième rangée.
fourth row, third row, second row, first row.
Yeas pour 283, 283. Nays contre aucun, nil.
La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading of Bill S-208 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Sims, seconded by Mr. Graham, moved that Bill S-208, an act respecting National Seal Products Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
À ma droite.
Mr. Johari.
Fifth row on my right.
Mr. Leeds. Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamatis Matin Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamitis Madame Matan Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Soda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
On my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Chen.
Ms. De Bruzen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fior.
Mr. Fior.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Garwal.
Mr. Garwal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
À ma droite.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Anandasangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Rangez à ma droite.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lozon, Argental, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Mr.
Mr.
Picard.
Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubois.
Monsieur Dubois.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Et rangez à ma droite.
Mr. Hare.
First row on my right.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Godale.
Mr. Godale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms.
Mr.
Chager.
Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Ceux à ma gauche qui a pris la motion.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr.
Mrs.
Whalen.
Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Oglinsky.
Mr. Oglinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. West.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Spear, Ms. Benson,
Mr.
Stetsky,
Mr. Canning,
Mr. Johns,
Ms.
Malcolmson, Mr. McGregor, Ms. Hardcastle, Ms. Ramsey, Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River,
Third row at my left.
Fraser Canyon,
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon,
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South,
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South,
Mr. Secan,
Mr.
Lake,
Mr. Lake,
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry,
Mr. Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry,
Mr. Lukiski,
Mr.
Albrecht,
Mr.
Mr. Shipley,
Mr.
Van Kesteren,
Mr. Van Kesteren,
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound,
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound,
Mr.
Dreeshen, Madame Boucher,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Law,
Mr. Généreux,
Mr.
Gould,
Mr.
Richards,
Mr.
Hobach,
Mr.
Mr. Sopak, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Duval, Monsieur Aubin, Monsieur Nantel, Monsieur Caron, Mr. Saganache, Madame Quash, Monsieur Dussault, Madame Sans-Souci, Monsieur Choquette, Madame Trudel,
Second row at my left.
Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Tilson, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Warwa, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Clark, Mr. Paulus, Mr. Allison, Mr. Carey, Mr. Reed, Mr. Workington, Mr. Brown, Mrs. Vecchio, Mr. Abouteyev, Mrs. Wong, Ms. Gladu, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Ms. Matheson, Mr. Dubé, Madame Rousseau, Mr. Boulouris, Mr. Julian, Madame Moore.
First row at my left.
Ms. Finley, Mr. Anderson, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Clement, Mr. Deltel, Ms. Bergen, Mr. Kent, Mr. Strahl, Mr. Fast,
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Poliev,
Mr.
Van Loan, Mr. Minkav, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Mr. Christopherson, Mr. Angus, Mr. Massey Windsor West,
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row.
Erskine Smith.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 283, 283, nays contre 3.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, le projet de...
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans.
Of the Deferred Recorded Division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-224 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. Beach, moved that Bill C-224, an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, Assistance Drug Overdose, be now read a third time and do pass. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kang.
Mr. Kang.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Monsieur
Lapointe.
Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Lamétis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest et les Sarres.
Mr. Morrison. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rabillard.
Mr. Rabillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Arya.
Mr. Arya.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Debruzin.
Ms. Debruzin.
Ms. Demont.
Ms. Demont.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr.
Graham.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
At my right.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith
Ms.
Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Allisley.
Ms. Allisley.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna DeSangre.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
At my right.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lozon Argentel La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon Argentel La Petite Nation.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
At my right.
Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Godale.
Mr. Godale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Easter.
Mr.
Ms.
Easter.
Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Leiper.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Row at my left.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacam.
Mr. Seacam.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Row at my left.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Warwood.
Mr. Warwood.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mr. Abulteyev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore. Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Mincave.
Monsieur Mincave.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor
Mr.
West.
Massey Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. First row at my right. All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Third row at my left. Second row at my left. First row at my left.
Yeas pour 289, 289 contre, nays 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Comme il est 18h20.
It being 6:28, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, according to today's order paper.
Second reading.
Private members' business.
E311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, standing in the name of Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Order. Allowed. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies as the House is not concluded. Perhaps the whips could encourage their members, their colleagues, to move into the lobbies. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Mr. Sampson, moves that Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The honourable member for West Nova. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise this evening to speak to my private member's bill, C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day. At the outset, I'd like to thank the work done on similar bills to this one in previous parliaments, most recently by former New Democrat MP Dan Harris in the 41st Parliament, but before that by former Conservative MP Inky Mark and former NDP MP Chris Charlton. In the last Parliament, in November of 2014, Dan Harris's bill passed second reading in this House with near unanimous support. The 41st Parliament ended before the bill could be voted on at third reading. Mr. Speaker, this bill changes the wording and status of Remembrance Day in the Federal Holidays Act by making it a legal holiday like Canada Day and Victoria Day. It is intended that this amendment will correct the Holidays Act that currently has different language regarding Remembrance Day than the language used for Canada Day and Victoria Day. I believe it is important to fix this inconsistency and properly recognize Remembrance Day in our federal legislation as a legal holiday. More than simply correcting this inconsistency, however, I believe it is important that we continuously examine how we as Canadians are remembering the sacrifice of our fallen heroes and honouring the service of past and present Canadian Forces members. In so doing, I am hoping that this bill will engage a conversation across Canada about whether we are doing enough to appropriately recognize Remembrance Day. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it would be appropriate for Remembrance Day to be a statutory holiday in every province and territory in Canada, so that it is marked from coast to coast to coast as a national holiday and a day of solemn remembrance. However, Mr. Speaker, I completely respect that it is not within the purview of Parliament to enact such a law, and of course this bill does not do so. Nevertheless, I believe that this bill, if it is passed and our Parliament reinforces in this way the importance of November 11th, then it can give the provinces that do not already do so a good opportunity to revisit whether they want to mark Remembrance Day as a statutory holiday in their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, bringing this forward, it makes us pause to reflect on why Remembrance Day is so important. Canadians are rightly proud of their country, and we are so blessed to live in such a beautiful, diverse, and free society. We must never take for granted everything that we are blessed with in Canada. We are 36 million people, but it is less than 0.5% of the world's population, and we are so very fortunate to live here. But our beautiful and peaceful country did not happen by luck. It was built by those who have gone before us, those who protected and defended our liberties, values, and rights, by those that have served in our Canadian forces. Remembrance Day is on November 11th because that is the day in 1918 when the guns fell silent and the Great War ended. It has come to symbolize, mark, and solemnly remember those who have paid the supreme sacrifice in the service of our country. From Ypres and Flanders Fields and Vimy Ridge in World War I, to Dieppe, Italy, and Normandy, and the Pacific in World War II, in Korea, peacekeeping missions, the Gulf War, and Afghanistan, along with other conflicts in tormented places around the world, our brave men and women have made us proud. We continue to honor them and the sacrifice of others that have gone before them. It is right that a grateful country such as Canada pays tribute and remembers our fallen. Monsieur le Président, depuis les décennies...
Mr. Speaker, for decades, the Remembrance Day has given us an opportunity to come together to pay tribute to all of those who have fallen in combat while serving our country, and to recognize the courage of the past and present members of the Canadian Forces. Too often, we take for granted our values and our institutions, our freedom of association, our freedom of speech, and our right to be able to make our own political choices with no fear of repercussions. Our veterans, including many Acadians from my riding, went to war abroad with the conviction that our values and beliefs that we share as Canadians were threatened with the determination to protect vulnerable populations and people who were oppressed by radical ideologies. Remembrance Day reminds us of how important it is to celebrate our freedom that our heroes sought to preserve and our responsibility to preserve peace, the peace for which they fought.
Growing up in Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, Remembrance Day was instilled in me to be a solemn day. My family always went to the Cenotaph on Main Street for 11 o'clock on November 11th. There were lots of people that did so. But I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to see that those numbers that are attending such ceremonies right across my riding and all across Nova Scotia and indeed across Canada have been increasing over the last number of years. The main Remembrance Day ceremony in Yarmouth is now in the Mariners Centre, a hockey arena, where it is more accommodating to the large crowd and also to accommodate the many veterans that find it difficult for mobility to attend the Cenotaph. The Cenotaph still does an excellent ceremony, and there are lots of people who attend at each place. I look forward to attending the Mariners Centre this year in order to share the occasion with many veterans from my area and also many citizens who will be there to mark the solemn occasion. As important as these ceremonies are on November 11th, I will never forget the veterans that would come into my school when I was a child in the days leading up to November 11th. And they would tell us their stories of sacrifice and valor, but also in their message was pride for our country and their love of peace over war. It touched me profoundly to see their emotion in talking about the horrors of war and about the terrible loss of a comrade. I believe these stories need to be taught throughout the year to our young people. But it is at this time of year in particular, near Remembrance Day, that they are especially poignant and meaningful. A few years after high school, I was extremely fortunate to be selected to work as a tour guide at Vimy Ridge, France. The Canadian monument at Vimy and its place in our country's history are awe-inspiring. My time at Vimy Ridge and learning the history of Canadians who fought there reinforced in my mind the significant debt of gratitude our country owes to our forces and our veterans. The Battle of Vimy Ridge was fought in April 1917, and in only a few short months, we will be marking the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. It is significant that it also, in this year, Canada will be celebrating its 150th anniversary as a country. As Vimy Ridge was the first time that Canadians from across our country fought together, shoulder to shoulder, as a cohesive formation and achieved a remarkable victory. Many believe that out of this event, with its success but tragic loss, Canada's national identity and nationhood was born. As members of Parliament, we will each be returning to our ridings next week, and on Friday of next week, on November 11th, attending Remembrance Day ceremonies and events. I know that there are many activities planned throughout my riding of West Nova throughout the whole day. Last year, I had the pleasure to attend the moving Remembrance Day ceremony at Kingston, Nova Scotia, and visit various events throughout the Annapolis Valley, home to 14 Wing Greenwood. And I am so privileged to represent those members of the Canadian Forces and also the veterans that have contributed so richly to my community. Like many of you colleagues, I will also be attending ceremonies in the days leading up to November 11th. For example, on November 8th at the Yarmouth Consolidated Memorial High School and on November 10th at Meadowfields Elementary School, I will be attending Remembrance Day ceremonies with students and staff, as well as veterans, to honor and share in solemn remembrance those who have sacrificed so much for Canada. In many schools next week, it is in fact marked as Remembrance Day week. Students learn about the history of our men and women in service to Canada and pause to reflect on their sacrifice. These are just a couple of the many ways that Remembrance Day is marked at schools in West Nova and in the days leading up to November 11th. It is encouraging to know many young people will also attend Remembrance Day ceremonies with their families on November 11th, or perhaps as part of the Memorial Club in Yarmouth, whose young members throughout the year, but particularly on Remembrance Day, demonstrate their pride in Canada and gratitude for our veterans. I am very pleased that many veterans in West Nova and across Canada are supporting this bill. They believe, as I do, that it is important to draw attention to the significance of Remembrance Day. One of the legions in my riding is the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 155 in Wedgeport, Nova Scotia. Over the past several months, I have been fortunate enough to attend 2 different ceremonies where a member of its branch has been received into the French Legion of Honor for their incredible service and as a sign of France's respect for their contribution to the combat that led to the liberation of France in World War II. Bernard Smith and Vernon Doucette joined 2 other members of the Wedgeport Legion, Alcide Leblanc and Wesley Spinney, in receiving the French Legion of Honor for their part in the liberation of France. Western Nova Scotia is very proud of these 4 gentlemen and their service to Canada and in the cause of freedom. It is indeed very special that one small Legion branch has 4 such heroes that have been recognized in this significant way. There are so many other stories like theirs across my riding and across our country. We honor their sacrifice and their living legacy, and also remember the many men and women that have donned a Canadian Forces uniform in our history that have not returned home and did not have the chance for us to thank them for their valiant and brave service to Canada. As it relates to the bill, Mr. Speaker, in addition to modifying the language to make Remembrance Day a federal legal holiday and have the same status in the Holidays Act as Canada Day, the bill also purports to do 2 other things. First, Clause 3, subsection 2 provides that if November 11th falls on a weekend, that similar language to that of Canada Day be used to make the following Monday a holiday. Second, Clause 3, sub 3 provides that on Remembrance Day, the Canadian flag on the Peace Tower shall be lowered to half-mast. Mr. Speaker, upon reflection and consultation with my colleagues, I realize that both of these provisions are unfortunately problematic. I am therefore very open to these provisions being deleted from the bill by amendment at the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, where this bill will be referred to should it pass the vote of this House after second reading. In fact, I am very happy to propose them directly to the committee if this is to be done. The main objective of this bill and the motivation I had in bringing it in the first place is not furthered by either of these provisions. Mr. Speaker, let us in this 42nd Parliament do what is right. Let us recognize Remembrance Day as a federal legal holiday. Put it on the same level in the Holidays Act as Canada Day and Victoria Day. We can also provide the occasion to the provinces that don't already recognize Remembrance Day as a statutory holiday to revisit how Remembrance Day is observed in their jurisdiction. From McCrae's famous poem that echoes through the ages, to us, from failing hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with those with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders fields. Let us then do our duty and not break faith with those who have died for Canada. Let us all do all what we can to ensure that we honor their sacrifice. I believe Bill C-311, in a modest way, helps in that cause, and that is why I am asking for the support of my colleagues. And to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, right across our country, please show your respect for our veterans and our fallen, wear a poppy, and attend a Remembrance Day ceremony next week. Lest we forget, n'oublions jamais. Merci.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from West Nova for his speech today. Just want to, upon further reflection, I know he talked about 2 parts of the bill that may not necessarily reflect a purpose in the bill. So I'm wondering if he can expand further on those 2 parts of the bill that he spoke about, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to address those points. With regard to the second provision, which is when November 11th is a Saturday or a Sunday, it was my intention that that would be placed in the bill in order to standardize, keep similar to other holidays that are mentioned in that act, that there would be a holiday on the following Monday. It obviously was never my intention that November 11th would not be celebrated on November 11th. For other reasons, the fact that if this were to be done, would need to be amended in the Labour Code, I have no problem that this provision really has no effect and therefore should be removed. With the other one, Canadian flag at half-mast, it sounded like a good idea until I started understanding the protocol regarding flags at half-mast, understanding that there is no problem already with the flag flying at half-mast on Remembrance Day. That is already protocol, and it could cause other problems in the protocol. For example, if the Queen were in Ottawa on that day, her standard would fly over the Peace Tower, and that, by protocol, would never be lowered at half-mast. So for those reasons, I have no problem with those sections being removed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this legislation and for remembering all of those who brought it to this place before him. I wondered, to what degree has he talked to veterans in his community? How do they feel about this bill? Sometimes veterans are leery of making Remembrance Day a holiday.
Honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much, and I thank my colleague for the question. Certainly, I have consulted with veterans in my riding in particular, but I've also heard from veterans across the country who feel that it is important at every opportunity possible to elevate, to recognize Remembrance Day, and to make sure that it's in the minds, in the forefront of Canadians' minds, to mark this special day of solemn remembrance. With regard to veterans, in my riding, they've been very supportive of this bill. They feel that it is a good measure. I know that there are other veterans who may not share that view because they feel that it would be better to have, rather than a day off, which this bill doesn't provide, by the way, but if it were to go that way, that it would be better for the school children, for example, to stay in school. The examples I gave, I think, from my experience in Nova Scotia show that veterans have the opportunity to come into school, meet the children, and then everybody gets a chance to go to the cenotaph or memorial ceremony on November 11th. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate my friend from West Nova for this excellent proposal to honor our veterans. One of my proudest days as mayor of Côte St. Luc was when we named the park next to our City Hall Veterans Park to honor those men and women who came back to Canada and built so many of our suburban communities after the war. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague from West Nova whether or not his interaction with veterans has been one of the highlights of his time as an MP, and has that led him to put forward this bill?
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question, and I too share his enthusiasm of meeting with veterans in my riding in particular, and I have a number of veterans that I'm privileged to represent in this House of Commons, and I've met with many different veterans groups in my riding, and certainly the Legions, and at every occasion I have the opportunity to attend one of their functions. I am so pleased to do so, and it really is an honor to share in their marking services, which are coming up next week. But just the contribution that veterans and Canadian Forces members make to our communities right across the country is something that I think we need to more often celebrate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what he's brought for us today, having taken many students to places in Europe, to Vimy Ridge, to Italy, and the importance of it. I understand that. The only question I might have, short question, is we have a national Legion in the sense, has he had the opportunity to discuss it with the national organization, and are they in support of this?
Honourable member for West Nova.
Thanks to my colleague for the question. So I have had the opportunity to speak to the National Legion, and I know in previous iterations of this bill, when testifying at committee, they had expressed the reluctance in supporting this type of bill because they thought that it shouldn't lead towards a national holiday. This bill doesn't do that, of course. In my discussions with representative from the Royal Canadian Legion National Branch, they expressed the same reluctance to accept what this bill does. However, I look forward to continuing those discussions. As it relates to Legion members that I've spoken to and those in my riding and many other Legion members across the country, they are supportive of the bill. But I thank him for the question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise on behalf of the great residents of Barrie Innisfil as the official opposition critic for Veterans Affairs. And I want to thank my colleague from West Nova for his speech today. I know we've had lots of discussions over the course of the last several weeks since I've assumed this position, and I believe that he is very sincere in his attempt to raise the relevance and the prominence of Remembrance Day in this country. And that being said, there are some issues with this bill that I will be outlining throughout the course of my speech. I also want to thank, Mr. Speaker, the member from Beauport, Limoilou, who was the previous opposition critic for Veterans Affairs, for the work that he did and the work that he's helped me in the transition, as well as the member from Durham, Mr. Speaker, the previous Minister of Veterans Affairs. I really appreciate the fact that they've taken me under their wing and have guided me on a lot of the issues with respect to veterans. I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-311, which is an act to amend the Holidays Act for Remembrance Day. I commend again the honourable member from West Nova for his work on this bill and recognize his work on behalf of the men and women of our armed forces. Mr. Speaker, Veterans Week is only days away, and the annual Poppy campaign by the Royal Canadian Legion is now underway, with thousands of veterans and volunteers around this country sitting in grocery stores, community halls, shopping malls, and so many other places. And last week, I had the pleasure, Mr. Speaker, of supporting the Montgomery Legion, located just blocks from Parliament Hill, to kick off their Poppy campaign. Money raised from the sale of poppies stays in the community and supports our vets close to home. And that was a very important message, Mr. Speaker, that the Montgomery Legion wanted me to bring here to the House today. Mr. Speaker, what veterans are doing to help support each other continues to be amazing. Legion halls provide a community for our veterans to gather and talk, perhaps talk like they are unable to at home, retelling stories of their experiences. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, veterans organizations provide support, information, and a way through the maze, which sometimes can be difficult when seeking help and assistance. And I'm fully supportive of honoring the blood and treasure of those who came before us with further distinction, but I have questions about how that would be integrated into provincial laws. Mr. Speaker, Canada will be commemorating the 97th Remembrance Day, a day that first started as Armistice Day in the honor of the end of the Great War of 1918. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we will remember. Veterans, soldiers, families, Canadians will gather at local cenotaphs and war memorials to honor those who have answered the call of peace. Canada's National War Memorial was officially unveiled by His Majesty King George VI in 1939. Over 100,000 people attended that event. Originally, the National War Memorial was dedicated to those who fought in the First World War. It wasn't until 1982 when the monument was rededicated with the addition of the Second World War and Korean vets. In a moving ceremony in the year 2000, the remains of an anonymous soldier who previously lay near Vimy Ridge was placed in the tomb of the unknown soldier. Today, the tomb of the unknown soldier is where thousands of Canadians leave thank you notes, flowers, and in a moving tribute to the unknown soldier and all soldiers, they leave their poppy on top of the grave. On Remembrance Day 2014, the monument was once again rededicated when the dates of the South African War and the mission in Afghanistan were added. This year, 77 years later, after it was originally dedicated, Canadians will see a refreshed National War Memorial after months of work on the monument and the grounds it stands on surrounding the Great Response, the sculpture designed by Vernon March of Farnborough, Kent, of England. About the monument, March wrote it was to perpetuate in this bronze group the people of Canada who went overseas to the Great War, and to represent them, as we do today, saw them as a record for future generations. Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-311, the member from Nova West wishes to formally recognize Remembrance Day in Canada. Though each province has selected just how the 11th day of the 11th month is commemorated, Remembrance Day is in fact held every year from coast to coast. There's not one province or territory that does not mark this day. Mr. Speaker, this bill needs further work in committee, and I'm quite certain the government side won't disagree with that notion. There in committee, we will be able to hear from stakeholders, including the Royal Canadian Legion, and thoughtfully consider their opinions as they did for a similar bill, C-597, which was brought to the House in 2014 by MP Dan Harris, the member for Scarborough Southwest. I am suggesting as well, Mr. Speaker, that C-311 be sent and heard at the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, a committee on which the sponsor of C-311 and I sit, and we'll be able to ask questions and seek further guidance from not only the Legion, but other veterans groups. By going to committee, we can ask other stakeholders about the impacts of this bill. One group might include labor organizations or federally regulated companies. These stakeholders will be part of a ripple effect of the bill by making C-311 a legal holiday and giving it the same standing as other legal holidays such as Canada Day. Establishing another legal holiday will affect other legislation, specifically the Labour Act, as the member from West Nova has identified. In doing research on this bill, Mr. Speaker, I inquired with the Library of Parliament and Parliamentary Council on the legal definitions and differences between a legal holiday and a statutory holiday. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that there are none? In fact, the terms, according to the Library of Parliament, are interchangeable. So, Mr. Speaker, when is a holiday, or even a legal holiday? These are questions that need to be asked and answered in committee, and our veterans and our current forces members who represent our next generation of veterans deserve that. As well, Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes to provide a day off when Remembrance Day falls on a Saturday or Sunday. Mr. Speaker, I've always stood with my fellow Barrie residents on the 11th of November, whether the day fell on any day during a work week, of Monday to Friday, or if it was a Saturday or Sunday. I do not differentiate between a weekday and the weekend. But again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to hear what Canadians, the Royal Canadian Legion, and affected employees, how they feel about this. The third part of the bill that was not in C-597 deals with how the flag is flown on Remembrance Day. We all know that the flag is half-mast on many occasions during Remembrance Day. The rules for this and many, many other rules regarding the treatment of our flag are found in the National Flag Etiquette and the rules for the half-masting of the Canadian flag. While the rules are available to be read, it's unclear if these rules are set in legislation. If there is legislation, it needs to be identified. The current rules have served the flag and Canada well, and if there is a need to set in legislation these rules, again, let us debate them in committee. In Canada, there are over 100 days that neither have national, provincial, local, or religious commemoration. Nationally, there are only 4 days that are recognized in each province and territory across Canada on the same day. They are New Year's Day, Canada Day, Labor Day, and Christmas Day. Days you would think are national holidays are in fact not national holidays. Thanksgiving, Good Friday, and Victoria Day are examples of days we could all rightly assume were marked across the country, but are not universal, Mr. Speaker. While I did not serve in the Canadian Armed Forces, I did wear a uniform, the uniform of a firefighter. I understand the pride I felt while wearing that uniform, and I also understand the responsibility that came from wearing it. In my riding of Barrie-Innisfil, I'm proud to say that a great many men and women living in my riding who serve and who have served our country. For 100 years, Base Borden has been instrumental in the training and education of thousands of Canadian and foreign soldiers, and my home of Barrie-Innisfil has a deep connection with our service members and their extended military families. I was honored to have been present at the Base Borden Legacy Wall unveiling earlier this year. It is a sacred place that gives a nod to the many that trained at Base Borden and served all over the globe. The Legacy Wall is a special place, and I'm so proud of the work by the Vimy Foundation. Base Borden is a special place. Contained within the Legacy Wall is the urn of soil from battlefield at Vimy Ridge. It will forever be a proud place of honor. Mr. Speaker, as I close my remarks on C-311, this bill needs to go to committee because there is much more work to be done on it. I will close, though, by honoring the men and women and service animals that have served our country so dutifully. For some, their struggle overseas pale in comparison to what they face when they return home. We owe our veterans so much, and all of us in this House of Commons need to support and act to ensure when our soldiers come home, they can be healthy and active in our Canadian society. For those that serve, we honor you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to thank the member from West Nova for introducing this legislation, and I am most grateful for the privilege to be the critic on behalf of the veterans of Canada.
You do a great job.
Interestingly, this particular private member's bill has indeed come before this House for debate in previous parliaments, and was introduced across the spectrum of members from the NDP, Conservative, and Liberal caucuses. The bill making Remembrance Day a legal holiday federally is very often misunderstood. The ramifications, if passed, are minimal, as the jurisdiction for statutory holidays still remains with the provinces. Thus, the change to the legislation is a formality only and will not impact how we recognize or appreciate veterans on November 11th each year. That being said, this bill does remain controversial within the veterans community. Many veterans are concerned that by expanding the legal holiday designation, it will, by extension, more formally indicate that the federal government recommends making Remembrance Day a statutory holiday. On the other hand, many veterans want Remembrance Day to be a holiday across Canada to ensure that all Canadians can have the opportunity to participate in ceremonies on November 11th each and every year. Today, Remembrance Day is considered a holiday for all federal employees. It's also a holiday in all provinces and territories except for Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec. Actually, Ontario provincial government employees also have the day off. The hope behind the bill is that if all provinces adopt Remembrance Day as a statutory holiday, it will allow everyone who chooses to be afforded the opportunity to pay tribute to our fallen soldiers and veterans by observing this day with their loved ones. The provinces that have already enacted this legislation have seen positive outcomes as more people are able to attend local ceremonies. When families attend ceremonies together, they're able to teach their children about the sacrifices and bravery demonstrated by the servicemen and women who fought and continue to fight for the freedoms we cherish as Canadians. Supporters of this legislation, such as Mike Blay from Canadian Veterans Advocacy, have argued, and these are Mike's word, this is a wonderful opportunity for parliamentarians to embrace this sacred obligation to honor national sacrifice in a significant and meaningful manner. There is so much that we as a nation can do to honor the fallen, the wounded, our veterans, and serving members. But there must be inclusion, recognition, the understanding of national sacrifice. Equally important is the opportunity for Canadians to participate in our national services as a family unit to embrace the spirit of the nation as a community. Despite the fact that the return of that day off will have to be discussed at the provincial level. Now, I understand that. It's important that the words of the Holiday Acts do not demean Remembrance Day. Detractors of the proposed legislation argue that statutory or civic holidays are often not used or celebrated for the purpose for which they were intended. Many Canadians use those days to get away or spend time with family, not necessarily to remember or commemorate a specific day. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is recognized and honored by many Canadians who participate or witness a ceremony at their local cenotaph. They do so out of choice because it is important for them and they have personal reasons. Making this a holiday of any sort won't change that. It must also be said that the Royal Canadian Legion is clear in its position and is concerned that Canadians, if given the time off as a legal holiday, may not take the time to remember, that it may simply become a midweek break or just part of another long weekend. We need to make honoring and remembering an important part of our regular routine on November 11. and not simply provide a day off from school or work. Interestingly, after consulting with Army, Navy, and Air Force veterans in Canada, ANAVETS, on this legislation, ANAVETS indicated that the organization has recently changed its position to support the Remembrance Day be a statutory holiday, with the caveat that if Remembrance Day falls on a weekend, no alternative day be recognized as Remembrance Day. ANAVETS was very clear that any holiday should be about giving all Canadians an opportunity to participate in ceremonies and not be treated as a holiday like any other. I would like to note that this bill did, in fact, indicate that another day be designated, but I'm very, very pleased to hear that the mover of the legislation is open to changing this because of the concerns of some of our veterans. It's important that we be cognizant of the concerns of our veterans. I've also heard from both sides about the impact on schools and how children's education will be affected. Some veterans feel that the ceremonies in schools are key to ensuring that children are educated about veterans and the importance of Remembrance Day. Yet others feel that if schools held ceremonies and organized assemblies on a day other than Remembrance Day, more veterans would be available to attend school ceremonies, and children, as well as veterans, would be able to attend the ceremonies at the local cenotaph with their parents, with their friends. It's clear veterans remain divided on whether Remembrance Day should be a statutory holiday. Excuse me. And no matter where you fall in this debate, it seems that the goal is to honor veterans with respect and dignity. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, many veterans are facing difficulties as they leave the Canadian Forces and begin their lives as civilians. Others find that their injuries take time to manifest and then struggle to get benefits from Veterans Affairs. It's extremely concerning that many veterans may feel abandoned, ignored, and remain distrustful of the situation that they're in, and worry that they're not being served by the government that is supposed to look after them. If we truly want to show our veterans respect as parliamentarians, as Canadians, we should be focusing on ensuring that benefits and services for veterans and their families are easy to access and provide the needed support. If we truly want to show our respect, the government should not be arguing in court that the Canadian government does not have a covenant of moral, social, legal, and financial obligations to our veterans. New Democrats honor the service of the men and women who put their lives on the line for our country. We believe it is critical that we listen to veterans in our communities and hear how they wish to honor their fallen brothers and sisters on Remembrance Day. We feel it's important to listen, reflect, and to share their voices, to tell their stories in this community and communities across Canada. I welcome this bill and hope that it will be a starting point for a conversation with veterans on how they wish to be recognized. I encourage all members of this House to speak with veterans in their communities, to listen not only to their views on this bill, but listen to their experiences, their concerns, and to hear their questions. Veterans deserve our respect, and this bill is an excellent opportunity for MPs to show their respect by, in turn, listening and responding to local veterans, their families, and understanding that what they gave was so very precious. What they did was so very important, and that we must honor that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, it is indeed an honour for me to rise in the House this evening to speak about Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, which was introduced by my honourable colleague, the member for West Nova. I deeply respect and admire my colleague's dedication to honouring our country and the brave women and men who have and continue to bravely serve it. As bright red poppies begin to appear on the lapels of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, let us take a moment and pause and reflect on those that we will be honouring on Remembrance Day. Canadians like Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, whose iconic poem In Flanders Fields has become an enduring symbol of remembrance and hope. Those like 28-year-old Master Corporal Byron Garth Greff, who grew up in my hometown of Morinville and tragically lost his life in Afghanistan in 2011. Remembrance Day is a time for all Canadians to come together to honor Lieutenant Colonel McCrae, Master Corporal Greff, and the tens of thousands of men and women who have and continue to serve our country with pride. It is with our deep and heartfelt gratitude that we stand in this House today.
Bill C-311 would amend the Holidays Act, which was enacted in 1970 to bring together the Canada Day Act, the Remembrance Day Act, and the Victoria Day Act. Canada Day and Victoria Day are designated in that piece of legislation as legal holidays, whereas Remembrance Day is designated as a holiday. Bill C-311 would fix this discrepancy by designating Remembrance Day a legal holiday, which would provide consistency with the two other days in the Holidays Act, Canada Day and Victoria Day. Previous bills on this topic, for example, Bill C-597, which were debated in the last Parliament, raised the question whether this change would lead to the creation of a paid day off across Canada. Let me be clear. This change in the Holidays Act would not do that. Under the Constitution Act, legislation on paid days off comes under the jurisdiction of Parliament and the provincial and territorial legislatures. Legislation relating to provincial and territorial paid days off come under the exclusive jurisdiction of the provinces and territories. This is defined in Section 92.13, Property and Civil Rights, and Section 92.16, Matters of a merely local or private nature in the province.
Making Remembrance Day a legal holiday, which will provide consistency with the other holidays in the Holidays Act, and demonstrate our respect and support for our veterans and serving women and men. Last year, I had the opportunity to attend the Remembrance Day celebration at Edmonton City Hall with Mayor Iveson, and later I attended the commissioners' ceremony at the University of Alberta's Universiade Pavilion. It was an immense privilege for me to see veterans, young people, and members of our community come together to pay tribute to our veterans and soldiers. This is at the heart of what it means to be Canadian. I look forward once again to participating next week in Remembrance Day commemorations in my hometown of Edmonton. In addition to this change, Bill C-311 also proposes two other changes to the Holidays Act, and our government does not support either of these two other changes, Mr. Speaker. Subsection 3, bracket 2, proposes that when November 11th is a Saturday or a Sunday, the following Monday is a legal holiday and shall be kept and observed as such throughout Canada under the name of Remembrance Day. These provisions mean that the official name of Remembrance Day could apply to November 12th or 13th, should November 11th fall on a weekend. There is a profound reason why we mark Remembrance Day on November 11th, and Remembrance Day must remain on the, quote, 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, end quote. As such, we will support the removal of subsection 3.2.
The other change set out in subsection 3.3 would require the flag to be lowered to half-mast on Remembrance Day. That's really unnecessary because that's already the practice and it's solidly established and it's in the flag flying rules of Canada. Lowering the flag is a moving sign of remembrance and it expresses our national mourning. Beyond that important symbol, Canada also celebrates Remembrance Day through community events all across the country, and the national ceremony at the Canadian War Memorial here in Ottawa. That ceremony is broadcast all across the country by major media in every part of the country. Veterans of all wars and peacekeeping operations, as well as multiple dignitaries, the Canadian Armed Forces, the RCMP, diplomats, youth representatives, everybody takes part in the ceremony. And that is our tradition on Remembrance Day, to make sure that we never forget.
Honoring our veterans at the Remembrance Day celebration ceremony last year. As the Prime Minister said, quote, "We have an obligation to our country's women and men in uniform, our veterans and their families. As a government, we will honour this social covenant with the respect and gratitude it deserves. I call on Canadians to join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have worked and fought so courageously to keep us safe. Today and every day, we remain committed to ensuring they have nothing less than the care and support of a grateful nation." End quote. As we approach Veterans Week 2016, Mr. Speaker, that will be observed from coast to coast to coast from November 5th to 11th, let us pause to remember, to reflect on the ordinary Canadians who became heroes when confronted with extraordinary circumstances, and take time to express our gratitude to those who served our country as well as those who serve in uniform today. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour today to rise to speak to Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act for Remembrance Day. And I want to start off by saying that I'm one of the people, and I think we all are here, that believe our veterans should be celebrated every day for their supreme sacrifices, for those that continue to put the uniform on so that our maple leaf is still standing tall, and that we remain the true north, strong and free. I want to celebrate and acknowledge our colleague from West Nova for putting this bill forward. And I think the bill, in its intent, it's the right thing to do, but as been mentioned from not only the member himself, but a number of other colleagues, the bill itself is flawed and does need some work at it. Mr. Speaker, the bill itself had an intent to ensure that all Canadians from coast to coast to coast have the ability to pay respect to our soldiers, our veterans, to make sure that November 11th continues to be a sacred day for Canadians. It is an opportunity for us to show our fallen, our veterans, our force members, their friends, their families, and their loved ones, that they are honored, that they are respected, both in life and death. We will never forget, Mr. Speaker. There are thousands of distractions that compete for our time on a daily basis, be it the work email that needs to be answered, TV in the background, or that phone call that needs to be returned. Remembrance Day is one day, the 11th hour, the 11th day, of the 11th month, that Canadians pause to remember. It is an opportunity for us to take time to be thankful for the sacrifices of others, whether protecting our country, working with allies and partner countries, providing humanitarian assistance, aiding countries by helping to restore the peace, or fighting for freedom. The sacrifices of our brave men and women have allowed us to continue to live in a free and democratic country where we are tolerant, where we respect the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, of thought, belief, and expression. Mr. Speaker, we live in the best country in the world. I know that I don't need to tell the honourable members in this chamber that. We all have the privilege each and every day to walk into this chamber and raise the issues that are important to our constituents. And I want to harken back to when I was a Sea Cadet for a long time, Mr. Speaker. I proudly wore the uniform, and I proudly marched in Remembrance Day ceremonies. And I had I consider the distinct honor of being an honor guard a number of those ceremonies. And I want to bring back to one of the most proud days that I had was the day that right after being elected, Remembrance Day took place, and I was going to be sworn in the very next day last year. But I had that opportunity to lay the wreath that said Canada on our local cenotaph. And I'm getting goosebumps right now just thinking about that, Mr. Speaker, because paying respect to those that have given the supreme sacrifice, there is no greater honor. There's no greater honor than when we look through the windows and we see the flag, or I'm looking over your shoulder right now. I can't help but look at that flag and think of the blood that was spilled fighting for our country, the blood that was spilled ensuring that you and I and all the members in this House and our friends and our families can sleep silently and know confidently that we are protected. Mr. Speaker, we all have the privilege each and every day, as I said, to walk into this chamber, raise the issues that are important to our constituents because of democracy, because of the sacrifices that these soldiers, these brave men and women have given to our country. Remembrance Day is a time for everyone to come together and pay respect for the loss of youth, for the blood of their comrades who may or may not rest in foreign fields, and for the sheer anguish of having fought in war. And we are now just understanding what the term PTSD means, Mr. Speaker. And it is one of the reasons why one of the very first things that I did in coming to this House was to table Bill C-211, calling on the government to develop a national framework, recognizing the challenging demands that our first responders, our military, and indeed our veterans have faced. The dealing with PTSD, as we are just now beginning to understand that. So November 11th is not just the day to remember that. It is also, as I said earlier on, I think we should always be remembering that supreme sacrifice. There's much debate that's going on about the flaws of this bill and whether it is a provincial or federal regulation. And I think the important part today, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill actually is going to have us debate an opportunity or bring it hopefully to a committee where we can, the bill in itself as it stands today will be completely different when it comes out the back end. But what we are having, and my hope with this is that perhaps we can engage veterans from coast to coast. Perhaps we can engage the Legion, which I'd like to talk about as we move into this a little bit. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where my time is, but I think we need to have that conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because I think we need to continue and always be mindful of those sacrifices and to celebrate it. Mr. Speaker, the reason this day was created was to honor our history and to remember that freedom of nature that we have in Canada, that it comes at a cost. And we are thankful to those who were there and are today always willing to fight for us, to have that privilege to wake up each and every morning and know that we live in peace. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, they are our silent sentinels. While most would run away from danger, they run towards it. And when they wake up each and every day, they live with the knowledge that when they put their boots on in the morning, they may have to put their lives at risk to support and protect Canadians and our country. It should never be forgotten that this peace, this freedom, comes at the most significant cost at all. That supreme sacrifice. It comes at the cost of bloodshed, injuries, post-traumatic stress disorder, and death. Even when our soldiers are able to return home, it will never be the same for them, Mr. Speaker, because they will never forget. They will never forget. They will continue to be haunted by the horrific sights and smells of war. The nightmares and the mental demands, they don't end, Mr. Speaker. These are graphic scenes and images that anyone would find difficult to see. I think it's so important that we educate our next generation, our future generations, on this history and on the importance of our forces and the price that was ultimately paid by the youth of another generation in preserving our freedom. This responsibility falls on all of us as citizens, as educators, our families across Canada. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to bring this back to, we cannot have this debate without bringing in the fact that the Royal Canadian Legion, they are our guardians of remembrance. Mr. Speaker, there are over 1,400 branches from across Canada, over 300,000 members. They give about 1.5 million volunteer hours a day. They give back to the communities about $6.5 million, helping our soldiers and our veterans come back and have some form of peace. They help. They give back into their communities, and we can never, ever forget that. And it is my hope that this discussion, by supporting this bill getting to the next level, that Dominion Command is indeed invited to Ottawa here to speak before the committee, that veterans are here to make sure that they have that opportunity for their voices to be heard. Because, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is about the over 1.7 million Canadians that have served our country, whether it's the First World War, the Second World War, the Korean War, or the conflicts that we've had in the recent years, the ones that we are facing today. Mr. Speaker, it is about all of those that have honored us by serving, and some of them, that supreme sacrifice. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, it is a true honor and a privilege today to rise and speak about our troops and our veterans. I will be voting to send Bill C-311 to committee stage. On a personal note, I hope that all Canadians will make an effort to participate in Remembrance Day ceremony happening in their community on November 11th. And if that isn't possible, please take 2 minutes of silence at 11 a.m. to remember those who have made such a huge sacrifice for all of us. And to those that are listening in on this debate today, you serve, we honor. Thank you.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, I'll let her know that there are only about 3 to 4 minutes remaining in the time provided for private members' business this afternoon, but we'll get started just the same, and she'll have the remainder of her time, of course, when the House next takes up the debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Remembrance Day is a vital time for Canadians to reflect and honour the service of men and women who put their lives on the line for our country. November 11, we honour our veterans, our fallen soldiers, peacekeepers, and their families, and we recommit to stand up for them as they have stood up for us. And it is our solemn responsibility to ensure that every veteran has the care that our country owes them. Hundreds of volunteers conduct Remembrance Day ceremonies in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, and I'm very grateful for their work. Nanaimo Ladysmith has 4 Legion branches, and listen to this rundown of ways that they have for our community to honor veterans and remember on November 11th. At least 7 distinct events. November 11, I'll be at a breakfast for veterans, service members, and their families at Legion 256. That's 8 o'clock in the morning in Nanaimo. Lanceville and Ladysmith both have parades that lead to their local cenotaphs where wreaths are laid. I'll be at Lanceville's Luncheon for Veterans, service members, and their families following that wreath-laying ceremony. The Gabriola Island Veterans Association holds a ceremony at the Gabriola Cenotaph, which is at the RCMP detachment. And I've been laying wreaths there for 12 or 14 years as a local government rep. It's a great honor. Hundreds of people come out in the community. Both legions in Nanaimo work together to hold a hugely well-attended ceremony that includes a parade also. The 2 legions cooperate together to have that ceremony happen at the Cenotaph downtown Nanaimo. And then finally, I'll see community members at 1:45 at Cedar Memorial Gardens, where Ladysmith's Legion hosts an afternoon ceremony in the community of Cedar. Air Cadets, Girl Guides, Scouts, Beavers are always there, and so we have this fantastic wave of young energy, people that are learning the lessons from the veterans' experience and honoring together. Now, in my home province in British Columbia, November 11 is a holiday already. And we really recognize that when families are able to come together to attend all of these ceremonies, they can spend all day in my riding honoring veterans. It really has an impact. Another powerful learning place in our riding is the Vancouver Island Military Museum. It has 25 exhibits showcasing Canada's military effort, and it has a wall of honor where local community members can honor veterans and their fallen relatives. It has free admission on Remembrance Day, 11 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And they have a special exhibit this year highlighting the achievements of the African Canadian Battalion of World War I, which worked with the Canadian Forestry Corps to ensure safe access for particularly to be able to rescue fallen soldiers at the front. You can see in my community there's a great deal of support and a deep recognition of the sacred responsibility to honor and respect, and I look forward to standing with my community November 11 in this way.
Hear, hear.
I'm sure the House will be pleased to know that the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith will have exactly 6.5 minutes remaining in her time for her remarks when the House next returns to business on this particular question. The time, it being 7:29, the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. And we'll go back to the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring this House back to the conversation that we were having about pay equity and advancement of that issue in this House. Canada still remains without federal pay equity legislation, despite our country having made that commitment 40 years ago. I'm going to describe a few leaders in our country who are urging action. Margot Young of the University of British Columbia pointed out, quote, talk about gender equity slogans like it's 2015. They are purely empty rhetoric without such things in place as proper and full pay equity law. Barbara Byers, Secretary-Treasurer of the Canadian Labour Congress, was quoted saying, after 12 years, working women deserve nothing less than proactive pay equity legislation. We can't let it languish in the archives any longer. Let us also be mindful that women have been waiting for longer than 12 years. We've been waiting for decades and decades, and while we wait, the debt owed to those who are caught in the wage gap continues to mount. Now, I was honored in this House, my first as a new MP to stand in this House and present the NDP's motion on pay equity. I was so glad to have the government's support. The government did agree to strike a special committee. And my colleague, New Democrat MP from Saskatoon West, was our representative on that committee. Her recommendation was that there be pay equity legislation tabled this December. That was 6 months from the time of the report. This is what witnesses had said, that it should be within 6 months. The committee itself recommended June 2017, but sadly the government has just let us know that it won't be until 2018 that they table that legislation. There's no rationale for that. We just heard a report from the Canadian Bar Association that said, to recap, a 1956 federal law requiring equal pay didn't close the gender wage gap. Neither did a 1977 law establishing a complaint-based system for equal pay of work of equal value. In 2016, a special committee suggested the government get around to drafting proactive legislation based on a report tabled 12 years ago that said it was time for women to be paid the same as men for work of equal value. It's time to act indeed. That's the Canadian Bar Association. And Fiona Keith of the Canadian Human Rights Commission argued that the task force's recommendations will likely lead to the most robust and most effective right to pay equity, both in terms of implementation and cost compared to the alternative options. So we have the right models. I want to know why the government is asking us to wait until the end of 2018. Even the president of the Treasury Board said that equal pay for work of equal value is a human right. So why is his government still denying women their human right?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise in this House to speak about the question of pay equity. According to our government, this is not a partisan issue. We are trying to move forward on social policies, for example, concerning pay equity and diversity, we must find common ground by asking all members to contribute instead of working in isolation in the form of parties in order to build a better and fairer Canada.
I believe that equal pay for work of equal value must be considered a fundamental human right. I do not disagree with my colleague across the way. That is unequivocal, and this principle was enshrined in the Canadian Human Rights Act, framed by constitutional guarantees of equality. The goal of pay equity policy and legislation is to ensure that pay is based on the value of the work, not the gender of those doing the work. En 1977,
In 1977, the Government of Canada became the first Canadian government to adopt legislative provisions around pay equity. In Section 11 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, these provisions allowed for people to file complaints concerning pay equity, which was considered as being at the forefront at the time. However, the situation has changed greatly, and it is now time for the Government of Canada to reassess how it should address pay equity.
Pay equity in a balanced and responsible way, which is why the government supported the creation of the Special Committee on Pay Equity. The committee heard from a number of different witnesses, and much of the discussion focused around the pros and cons of the Canadian Human Rights Act, the Bilson Report, and the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. These systems attempt to address the pay equity issue, each by implementing different solutions arising from various decision points. Our government is taking action in response to the recent report of the Special Committee on Pay Equity. But before we can implement pay equity in the federal sector, we need to undertake a careful review of the issue. This is why we need to hold meaningful consultations and carefully study the pay equity issue. The government will then be able to table proactive pay equity legislation for federally regulated workplaces by the end of 2018. The committee's findings and recommendations will play an important role as we move forward to develop a new approach to pay equity. I thank my colleague for raising this very important question, and I also look forward to my colleague across the way supporting our upcoming legislation regarding pay equity. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, not a single witness at the Pay Equity Commission committee asked for the timeline that the government is suggesting, and not a single witness asked for consultation. This legislation was written in 2004, the last time the Liberal government was in power. There's no reason that has been given to delay till 2018. A further frustration is, instead of actually making equal pay for work of equal value for all women across the country. Instead, the government has chosen to table legislation that deals with pay equity in a strange way amongst its cabinet ministers. There's nothing more elite than that. I was at a conference the other weekend where I heard speakers say trickle-down feminism doesn't work any better for women of this country than any other trickle-down economic theory does. It's very much the wrong priority to bring in Bill C-24 instead of bringing in an act now. You could do it next month. So again, what's so special about 2018? What are you going to learn that you do not already know? That the government does not already know?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women.
Present moment, we are taking the time needed to make sure this legislation is meaningfully analyzed, and it will be presented to this Parliament. We will all get to vote on it, my colleague included. We understand that Canada is better off when the talents and skills of women are represented in every sector of society, in government at every level, and from the grassroots all the way up to the boardroom. And we are setting the tone at the top. The Prime Minister committed to an equal number of women and men in Cabinet, And the Prime Minister delivered on that commitment, demonstrating his belief that our country is stronger and more effective when decision makers reflect Canada's diversity. In 2016, women expect and have the right to be full participants in the economic, social, and democratic life of Canada. Mr. Speaker, let there be no doubt. The Prime Minister's actions on gender parity demonstrate tangible progress, and we plan to work closely with all parliamentarians to make real progress on the issue of pay equity. It will happen. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before Medicare, Canadian families were on their own when they got sick or injured. New Democrats understood then that this was profoundly unjust and that it ran counter to Canadians' most deeply held values. That's why the NDP's founding leader, Tommy Douglas, set out to build a pan-Canadian public health care system rooted in the simple notion that we all have a responsibility to take care of each other and that access to health care should never depend on the size of your bank account. Now, under Medicare, the health of Canadian families was put before profit for the first time in our country's history. And by 1984, the Canada Health Act secured a national public health care system that has since become an essential part of our collective identity. The Canada Health Act is legislation that puts in place conditions for the provinces and territories to receive federal funding for health care, which is within their jurisdiction. There are 5 key principles enshrined in the Act: public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. Now, it came as no surprise that the previous Conservative government failed to enforce the Canada Health Act. After all, in his previous job as Vice President of the National Citizens Coalition, Stephen Harper went on record saying, "It's past time the federal government scrapped the Canada Health Act." But when Canadians voted for change in the last election, they thought they would finally have a government in Ottawa willing to protect our public health care from creeping privatization. Unfortunately, from upselling in Ontario to private MRIs in Saskatchewan to private clinics in British Columbia, violations of the Canada Health Act are still on the rise all across Canada. Let's examine some examples. In November 2015, the Saskatchewan government, the Conservative government of Brad Wall, voted to introduce pay-per-use MRI services, which allow wealthy individuals to jump the queue. Now, Premier Wall himself had noted in 2009 that these clinics violate the principles of accessibility in the Canada Health Act, but he permitted the extra fees anyway. In Ontario, there have been dozens of examples of independent health facilities charging extra fees for so-called upgraded services already covered in the public system. An example is cataract lenses, where someone goes to the doctor for cataract, a publicly covered medical essential service, and then they're told that if they spend an extra $400, they can get a superior lens. That's happening every day in Ontario. Despite these contraventions, Ontario has never been penalized by the federal government. In Calgary, the Copeman Private Health Clinic has been giving preferential treatment to fee-paying patients and raising questions about double billing the Alberta Medical Plan. In British Columbia, we all have witnessed the Cambie Medical Clinic, which is openly flaunting the Canada Health Act by selling preferential access to surgeries and charging user fees prohibited by law. In New Brunswick, draconian regulations force women to get 2 doctors to declare an abortion medically necessary before it's publicly funded at one of the province's 2 hospitals. If a woman seeks an abortion in a private facility in New Brunswick, she has to pay for it herself. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Health Act exists to guarantee universal and equal access to essential health care services for all Canadians. New Democrats believe that it's the federal government's responsibility to enforce it all across the country. So my question is this: will the Liberal government put an immediate stop to these unacceptable violations of the Canada Health Act, or will we just see more ignoring of the principles of the Canada Health Act like the previous Harper government?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for raising this extremely important issue. Our government has shown time and again that we stand behind the core Canadian values of equality and solidarity. These are the very values that underpin the Canada Health Act. This is why we will continue to work collaboratively with our provincial and territorial colleagues to ensure that citizens across the country can depend on our healthcare system. Canadians believe in the quality of citizens, and our healthcare system reflects that fundamental belief. This belief is also reflected in the 5 principles of the Canada Health Act, which includes comprehensiveness, universality, accessibility, portability, and public administration. Guided by the principles of the Act, Canada has a publicly funded healthcare system where access to services is based on medical need and not the ability or willingness to pay. The Canada Health Act is clear. Under the Act, provincial and territorial health insurance plans are required to cover medically necessary hospital and physician services for their residents on a prepaid basis and on uniform terms and conditions. Permitting payments for faster access to medically necessary services such as MRIs or CT scans at private diagnostic clinics, what has often been called queue jumping, contravenes both the spirit and accessibility criterion of Canada Health Act. Mr. Speaker, the concern is not only that a patient might pay for faster access to medically necessary diagnostic scan, but they can also then gain faster access to any necessary follow-up care. That is to say, queue jumping occurs on 2 fronts, both for the initial diagnosis and also for any required subsequent surgery or procedure within the publicly funded system. This is not access based on medical need. This is access based on ability or willingness to pay, and it runs counter to the underlying principle of Canada healthcare system. It is our government's belief, Mr. Speaker, that medically necessary diagnostic services like MRI and CT scans should be covered by provincial and territorial plans, whether provided in hospital or a clinic. Canadians are justifiably proud of our publicly funded healthcare system. In fact, a Stats Canada report on Canadian identity published in October 2015 found that almost 80% of Canadians express pride in the Canadian healthcare system. We want to ensure that they continue to be proud of our system. When Canadians elected our government, they chose a government that promised to focus on new and more collaborative relationship with provinces and territories. Therefore, our government's approach to the administration of Canada Health Act will emphasize transparency, consultation, and dialogue with our provincial and territorial colleagues. When issues of concern arise, we are committed to dealing with them in fair and even-handed manner. The honourable member may be assured that our government is committed to preserving the fundamental principles of our healthcare system. We will continue to work with provinces and territories to ensure Canadians have access to publicly funded healthcare services based on need and not their ability or willingness to pay. Let me conclude by confirming that our government believes that any trend towards privatization, which results in 2-tiered access or queue jumping to public-funded healthcare system, is not compatible with the principles of Canada Health Act. And our government will continue to defend the principles of the Act, and Canadians can continue to have pride in a healthcare system where access is based on individuals' health need and not their ability to pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, those are encouraging words from the government, and the NDP will be watching very carefully to make sure that those words are backed up by action, because this is a far more serious and widespread problem than the government has admitted to date. Health Canada's most recent annual report to Parliament on the Canada Health Act uncovered a number of disturbing trends. It notes that private MRI clinics in British Columbia, Alberta, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia and Saskatchewan are charging user fees to their patients today. Hospitals are avoiding the ban on charging for drugs by routing the sick through outpatient clinics that do charge. The portability requirements of the Canada Health Act, which allow Canadians to access care anywhere across the country, is routinely ignored, and Prince Edward Island still has refused to provide medically necessary reproductive health services to women in PEI. Mr. Speaker, from pharmacare to mental health to meeting the needs of our aging population, it's time to renew Medicare for the 21st century. Will the Liberal government commit to fulfill its responsibility to protect and enhance our public health care system under the Canada Health Act?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would like to reiterate that our government is firmly committed to the principles upon which our publicly funded healthcare system was founded. We will ensure Canadian citizens continue to have quality healthcare in accordance with principles enshrined in Canada Health Act. We recognize that sustaining a strong universal healthcare system requires collaboration and cooperation of federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Our government will work collaboratively with our provincial and territorial counterparts to realize that the Canada Health Act's goals of ensuring that access to necessary health care in Canada is based on medical need and not one's ability or willingness to pay. As a government, we take that goal extremely seriously, and our administration of Canada Health Act would reflect that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am humbled to rise the day after this House voted to support an NDP motion that calls on the government to recognize and remediate the historical discrimination faced by Indigenous children across Canada. I'd like to thank the government for finally acknowledging that it is inexcusable to shortchange kids, and I hope that it will begin to work with all its partners to address the huge gap in services that exist for First Nations children. There are now 3 orders of compliance issued by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. Will the government now stop fighting families in court and start working with experts and representatives from Indigenous communities to get the help where it is needed as soon as possible? Mr. Speaker, during the debate on this motion, the member for Labrador was very indignant about this issue and accusing the NDP of pulling numbers out of thin air. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to point out to the honourable member, and by extension the government, that the numbers were not pulled out of thin air, but actually arrived at through the very numbers provided by the government itself. The same numbers the member disputed were given by Cindy Blackstock to the government 6 months ago. They didn't dispute those numbers until they were asked to spend the money on kids on the ground. Ms. Blackstock has also pointed out that there are a stack of reports dating over the last 50 years that the government can draw on to implement some much-needed services right away. However, the government preferred to appoint their own consultant, also called a special representative, to repeat much of the work that has already been done instead of implementing solutions that they already have. In my home province of Saskatchewan, there have been 6 youth suicides in the last 4 weeks. These young people and their families need supports and services in their communities now. Last week, the NDP held a press conference in Saskatoon to call on the government to end the Band-Aid approach and to turn our culture of deniability into a culture of accountability that puts kids first. Chief Tammy Cook-Searson of the Lawrence First Nations and FSIN Chief Bobby Cameron have called for all levels of government with overlapping jurisdictions to, and I quote, work together to develop a plan of action to prevent future tragedies of this kind among Aboriginal youth. Instead of stable funding for social workers and support programs in communities, the government has cut 25% of the frontline workers in recent years. Then, when there is a crisis of suicides by young people, emergency workers are flown in for a few weeks, but these workers can't stay, and the cycles begin again. And the same goes for communities where there is no medical centre. Patients and at-risk youth have to be flown out of their communities instead of being helped and treated at home close to their families. What the tribunal has ordered is an immediate remediation of this situation. Indigenous kids are being underfunded, and this has to stop. It is a national shame that today, in 2016, there are as many children in care as during the residential school area. Why is this happening? Because there aren't enough support services to allow families to stay together through a crisis. Mr. Speaker, the first 2,000 days of a child's life is when the most critical phases of development take place. What happens in the first 2,000 days can have a lasting effects for better or worse. It is unconscionable for any government to postpone help when it's so urgently needed. How is it acceptable to postpone 54% of the announced funding until the last year before an election or the year after the next election? Will the government revise their planned 5-year rollout of the funding they have announced to get funds to where it's needed right away instead of in another 4 years? Indigenous children cannot wait. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to rise and respond to the question from the honourable member from Saskatoon West. Mr. Speaker, as the member indicated, our government committed to making what was desperately needed investments for Indigenous people and communities, including those in infrastructure, social services, and child welfare. Indeed, the budget is very different than those that we have seen in Canada in the previous decade. We are making historic and record investments in Indigenous children and Indigenous communities. We are taking this fundamentally different and concrete approach because we know it's time to chart a new course for Canada, for Indigenous people, and for the Northern region. These changes are long overdue. Mr. Speaker, I know the member speaks about the motion the NDP raised and brought forward to the House of Commons this week. It was a motion that reflected the very actions that government is taking and will continue to take. It is an unfortunate reality that many First Nations people on reserve continue to live with inadequate housing and overcrowding. We are all saddened, Mr. Speaker, by the number of suicides we have seen in Indigenous communities right across this country. And our hearts go out to the families in Saskatchewan today that are mourning tremendous tragedy over the loss of young Indigenous people. We know that children and family services on reserve must also be overhauled, and we would ask the NDP and all members in the House to support the efforts of government as we overhaul that system. We know that chronic underfunding of First Nations education system has held students back, and we know the time is there to make those changes. We are committed to transformable change when it comes to our relationship with Indigenous people in Canada, and we want to build that relationship on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. That's why the historic investments in Budget 2016 helped us turn the page and also turn a new corner in Canada to open a new chapter in that relationship with our First People. We're delivering on these funds quickly as we possibly can to get them out the door. The new funding that we've already approved will support the construction, service, and renovation of over 3,000 housing units, as well as 195 on-reserve water and wastewater projects, including 25 that will address 34 long-term drinking water advisories in 24 communities. We've funded 130 school-related infrastructure projects and 159 culture and recreation projects. We've committed $635 million to address the funding gaps in First Nations child and family service programs. And in addition to this, the Government of Canada committed in July to provide up to $382 million over 3 years to support an expanded approach to Jordan's Principle. When a member talks about the fact that we were reluctant to support numbers in a motion in terms of dollar investments in children on reserve or Indigenous children in this country, it was only, Mr. Speaker, because we know the investment is far greater. We know that more money will be required, and we're prepared to make the investments as they are needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is a mental health crisis faced by Indigenous youth, and the government's response needs to equal the scope of that crisis. As my colleague and friend, the member for Destiny Mississippi Churchill River, has said, and I quote, "Not only do our communities need immediate support to address this mental health crisis, they require long-term solutions. We cannot continue to stand by and watch our Indigenous youth fall through the cracks," end quote. So I ask, will the government follow through on their commitments to stop subverting Jordan's Principle? Will they provide adequate funding for medical and mental health services for Indigenous children now? When our government stops fighting families in court over dental care and provides funding for decent, secure housing, then we will all finally see the change so desperately needed on the ground and in these communities. Mr. Speaker, I do hope this government will match its rhetoric with actions and honour its commitment to First Nation peoples everywhere.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really understand the points that the member is making. But the member must also understand that we have made record investments as a government in Indigenous governments in Canada, communities and people. We are the first government to step up with massive housing investments. This year, we've invested in over 3,000 housing units to be constructed, serviced, or restored on reserve across Canada. We have made available specific funding for Inuit funding in the north for housing. But I want to say to the member that to date, we have nearly 90% of the funding that we have allocated in the budget of 2016 for Indigenous Canada. We have been able to move nearly 90% of that funding out the door in either commitments or in delivery for Indigenous communities across Canada to date. We are moving as quickly as the system allows us to move, Mr. Speaker, to address these long-standing inadequacies that exist in both infrastructure, child welfare, youth, health, and all the other needed and growing needs that exist in Indigenous communities across Canada. And we ask for the support of all colleagues in this legislature to continue with that good work and those good efforts.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.